that was a long time ago. So I think this is where. Okay, yeah, this is where. So there is an alligator named Gorsey, and he was taking us into the swamp. Before we left, I checked out the stonework from that ruin that was there, and it was in the older styling of the snake folk, who are essentially Yuan-Ti descendants. And that you could tell it was like something of like really, really well made structure. And so we start to see green fireflies as the sun goes down. I'm just going to read through this. The layer that we get to has glowing green water and green fireflies around. There's a boardwalk running through the middle of it with several Yuan-Ti who are it's with several something, and then I stopped typing there. So, and I said Yuan-Ti were around the same time as lizard folk. The last recorded lizard folk were last seen centuries ago, and I think that was whenever we were talking to Dorsey about how long he's been there and what happened, and he was saying like how the world is changing and that a lot of them have been killed off, or at least not there anymore.
It was
And
like abandoned. It was like a bunch of abandoned homes.
yeah, they could have hit a portal. I don't know. The witch protects Gorsey's people. She protected them as long as she could, but said the world is changing. Inside the hut, there's bottles and vials everywhere. It had a really wretched smell, and the back wall had taxidermy bugs. That down. And near a bubbling cauldron was the witch, I guess, named Tekka. She has foresight and visions. Some are true and some aren't. And so Phelan asked her if she's aware of the darkness. And then she said, yes. We asked him how to stop the outsiders. And I don't know if she directly explained it, but what I got from it was that the world was under multiple gods and multiple domains, and that there was a god of the wind, lake, spirits of spring, spirits of winter. And now they're all withering away and are becoming shadows of themselves. And then she went into going like touching different characters and seeing a vision of a possible future, very much like in Dune, Paul's prescience, where he can see futures, but it's not necessarily what will happen; it's what could happen. And so Brondir got one where he was working a mine, a slave to Dragonborn, Devosi. And then, let's see, what did I say? Oh, it said drove there. We last saw the escaped slaves outside the Durin Mountains who were escaping the Devosi. So that would insinuate that we were either over there. No, we were actually in the house. So that likely the Devosi took over. In Chella's vision, there's a person standing in front of her, stabs her and throws her into a tree as the tree roots embrace her. It says he, and we never found out. I never found out who he was. If it was mentioned, I didn't get it. And as she dies, she comes out of the vision. Gareth's, I don't remember. Brett's, I don't remember.
Elian didn't receive a vision.
Oh, it was Chella. Sorry. Oh, Felian didn't receive. Okay, yeah, right. So Felian didn't receive a vision then. Okay, so then it was just.
And my vision was being in shackles.
In front of your.
That's right.
Yeah.
The only detail I'll add to that is there was a masked elf at his side.
That's right. That's right.
Like he was like an elf wearing like almost like an ornamental like headdress covering his face.
Nice. Yeah, and then the kind of the takeaway from the conversation was Tekka said, in order for the world to be saved, it must first be broken, saying that kingdoms will rise and fall, towns will be swallowed up and reborn, and that this will be an age of chaos. But no matter what, the world will be asunder. And so taking that grain of salt. So then we all stare into the cauldron and we see a broad image of Nivera, and which is the continent that we're on. And she shows us the location of the wind and fire temples. And so the outsider waits for us inside the fire temple, and that the earth temple was once governed by dwarves. That it acquired a particular kind of stonework only the dwarves would know. As essentially, stone singing, I think, is the key there. And so, which Brondir's bestie is one of the best stone singers, so that's who I'll be trying to find. And so she then foresees the earth moving and shaking in the ocean, and says, like, essentially, it used to be underground, but now becoming above ground. I think that's what it was happening. So at least in her vision. And so she also, before we left, she told me that Nadia carries wolfsbane, and she's been missing for decades. And the last place we've seen Durin, and that's the identifying feature within it. And so then Chella sees a creature made of shadow and bones looking at her with deep glowing eyes. I don't remember that part, but I wrote it down.
It was basically an addendum to her vision, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I wrote that down on the back end.
So Tekka mentioned that there were 3 possible paths forward in her vision and in her future. And
gotcha.
Chella asked, help with the third way. And she said essentially to not, like, basically resist what he says. And she showed him that vision of that creature.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we know that Beastbane is occupying a northern city, and Ronder's mom is doing a diplomatic mission with the elves. And so there's a lot scurrying around. We're reading what's like actual big things are happening in order to get dwarves and elves working together. So, yep. And then as we were coming up the stairs with the dwarven guard that we found, the whole place started shaking. And so,
also, I was going to give him here he is, just a little art for you.
Nice. Nice. I like the helmet styling.
oh, cool.
Very
Yeah. It's almost like Shogun-ish.
Yeah.
What was the race of dwarves in Skyrim? Like the sorry, no,
Don't know.
can't think of the word. I don't know. The art looks a lot like the stylings for that.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Dwemer.
Dwemer. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the headpiece, some of the lines and angles.
I asked the witch about what it would take to bring my brother back to life.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
The sacrifice was too great, in my opinion.
It was essentially your title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I decided to. I was willing to give her. I was willing to give her the scroll itself,
but not your actual
nobility. But not the actual nobility.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, symbolically speaking, that is what that represents. So.
Yeah.
Right.
That is what you were going to give up.
Yeah. But there's certainly other ways I could have gotten around it if I didn't have the scroll.
Yeah. But you didn't.
No.
I decided to not.
I mean, she's particularly pretty nice to you guys, mostly because of the severity of the circumstances, and there's a lot of potential stuff you guys can do.
I'm excited. She also gave me some special potion, fungal bomb, like a recipe for
the fungal bomb. Yeah, we still need
fungal bomb.
Flush that out, and you could.
I got caught. I got caught searching for recipes.
Right. You got turned into
a toad. Yeah, because I was trying to pilfer some items for Chilla.
How do we forget that?
I mean, it's pretty important.
What happened?
Yeah.
I threw him into a wall.
You did.
It was pretty. Brondir was pretty worried that I was gonna get killed.
I was trying to find.
In the other campaign I'm in with Pocahontas guys, there were these. We went to like this witch's hut out in the swamp. I was in 2 swamps, and there were these monkeys in the rafters, and they're just like chimps, which are really abnormal for that area. And so, but anyway, like me and another guy were like, trying to befriend the monkeys or whatever. But we found out later that they had been, what's it called? It's not transmutation. What's it called whenever like you're
Polymorphed.
polymorph? Yeah, but they're like,
Transfigured, yeah.
but they had the permanent polymorph. There's a term for that too.
Yeah.
But and so like because I was like, oh well, I should just like hit them or whatever, or throw them against a wall, the monkey against the wall, and like brought the child back because we've been looking for these missing children. And it's like, no, if you do that to them, then they die. It's like they turn back and they die. And so, like, actually, the DM set me up because I'm playing as Drakkar, and he set me up to where like I would be doing something like with my glaive, and then the monkey would fall on it, and then it would polymorph back into a dead child on the end of my glaive. And I was like, that would have been terrifying, Corey.
Yeah.
Like that's like he was really hoping that would happen for his own sake. That like just giving Drakkar continual
Yeah.
PTSD.
That's one way to do it.
'Cause in this storyline, he starts off at a gladiator battle and or gladiator fight, whatever. And he's fighting his best friend Finley, which they've been traveling together in slavery for a long time. And a sorcerer or wizard taps in his brain and makes him kill him on sight instead of like the face death. And so he kills his best friend in his arms, and then comes out of it seeing his friend dead on the end of his glaive. And then like that's when chaos breaks loose, and that's how he gets out of that. So it's like then making a child die also who was supposed to be a monkey. Like, okay, I guess it's just too much. Corey runs this campaign a little bit
Like,
different.
this is supposed to be like escapism with a little bit of drama.
He's a very he very much likes that type of like really ingrained and involved storyline, and he's been doing a great job at it. And he's definitely done it with Drakkar on like how to get him away. And we worked on that line together. Like don't get me wrong, but I didn't work on the child dying one, but it was just but as far as like getting his storyline, Finley, what's his purpose, what's his drive, and this what it was. But anyway, it was he's one of the best pop culture references that I have, and he's really good at like tying in like all these movies he's been watching for so many years, like giving him inspiration for his campaign. Character. He's great at it. So
Glad you're having fun. That sounds awesome.
yeah. But anyway, back to our campaign. So that doesn't have dying monkey children. So yeah.
No, yeah.
Right.
That's funny.
So let's see. You guys are back on the map of Mara. I never did get a placeholder map for the dwarvish.
Yeah, so we portaled to Durin.
Yeah,
That's
we're
correct.
down there.
Yeah.
You guys portal. The other key piece of information that I almost forgot to tell you is regarding the box that you found that Nadia placed and hid.
Right. Yeah. I think
it's basically a magical memory lock, and you have the key, but the last thing you need is to essentially remember the memory associated with it, and then the resistance will pull away and you'll unlock it.
That's right.
So you'll have to come up with the right memory.
Amy, stop.
And that's it. The memory box opens.
That's right. You just gotta. That's all you gotta do is you gotta find the right memory. That's it.
Cool.
All right.
I need to write that down.
All right.
Just
So
the
we're
easiest
like
thing in the world.
so we're like below the city, walking back up into Durin
Right.
for the break.
Yes. You guys are inside. So Brondir's mom, Catherine's, you are in her. I guess you could call it estate. So essentially, you're in Brondir's home. This is kind of an area that hasn't really been used very often. Like, I imagine Brondir probably hasn't been down here very often. There is an old teleportation circle that is almost never used. Until now.
Right.
It's the second time it's been used in forever. Since a long time. So, you guys are going up. Going up the stairs, and the guard, she'll introduce himself as Josnik. He is leading the way. And as you guys go up, you feel a great earthquake shaking just the ground, the ceiling, everywhere. And it's going to last for at least a few minutes. The dwarven structure, like the stairs, everything else, everything holds up for now. But when it's over, Josnik is going to turn to you, Brondir, and says, as you guys are walking up, says, that's happening more frequently nowadays.
The earthquakes.
Aye, yeah, the quakes. Council sent out a scouting party about it a while back.
Did they find anything out about that?
Well, I think they were just talking to a few of the folks who came back from that. Also, I think some of the mages were discussing things. I don't really know much on that front. Anyway, I'll get you to folks who might know more.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Jocelyn.
So you guys are now brought up to kind of the main area, or at least like one of the lower, like the areas that Brondir would be more familiar with, or in the estate.
So we just finished a long journey through a swamp, literally swimming through swamp mud.
That's true.
Right. Yeah. I would imagine Josnik would say, now maybe before you go to any of the leaders and discuss anything, you might want to clean up.
That's not a bad idea. Well, yeah, I'll take them. So here, follow me, and I'll get you all to your own corporate quarters.
Right. I'll send word to the head of the guard at your home, and we'll be able to. I'll let you know who else we can get in touch with. Rest assured, your mother's gonna know as soon as possible that you're back.
All right, that's good. Thank you.
I mean, she's currently not here now, but anyway.
Right. We'll see you soon.
I take off my my noble clothes, like all my like fine clothes, and hand them to Josnik.
What do you want me to do with these, Master Gnome?
Well, I figured you were. Well, I figured you would be. Are you not taking these?
Did you not have guards where you came from?
Well, I just figured you would probably be the person who would know where to take them. I don't know where these things go.
I'll
Josnik, I'll take care of this.
I'll take it one of the maids. It's fine. I'll leave you.
I'm just
Brondir,
naked.
just let me know if you need any assistance. I'll send down some of the staff for you.
Thank you.
Gerbo doesn't have any clothes on.
Does Brondir's home have like spare rooms in it? I'm not sure how big it is.
Yeah, we're actually staying.
There will be spare rooms. Like this is a large, dwarven kind of estate, I guess you could say.
What does that look like? It's all underground. How does that work?
So the way it works is it would be, think of it like kind of almost like a wasp nest or beehive, in the sense that, like, in its structure, where as you go down, it would kind of be less and less real estate, almost like a shape of like a top,
Like a cone, like an inverted.
cone, right? Like an inverted cone. So
That's
there'd be
cool.
multiple, like the way like that would work is that it would be multiple levels
Yeah, yeah, that's cool.
dedicated. So that would be more of the sense of an estate. Oh, I guess you could say large dwarvish like mansion.
Gotcha. And
So
is
like
it like pretty?
you guys are going up in structure.
Is it pretty Spartan? Like I imagine dwarves don't have like
Yeah,
the homiest.
like
Easiest.
it's there's nice things there for sure. There's more like ornamental, say like armor and weapons every once in a while of like ancestors that have passed, but yeah, it's usually pretty sparse.
Got it. Okay.
Is there plumbing?
Can you explain the civil engineering of a dwarven city real quick?
I mean,
Well,
plumbing would
being
be
that
easy
it's
if everything's
uh,
underground.
I mean that's true. I mean
well,
I'll just say it's full. It's equipped with plumbing. You're
Nice.
not going
everyone
to need to worry about disposal.
I don't need to. We took a long rest before, so I'm all healthed up, so I don't need to worry about a rest.
Yeah.
I figure this would probably just be a short rest, so like an hour for you guys to kind of like get cleaned up and
Got it.
maybe
Okay.
maybe find new pairs of clothes.
Nice. Okay.
What time of day did we arrive at the witch's hut? Because we had traveled for a long time.
You did. I would say you probably arrived towards the end of the day, at least, maybe in the night. So right now, yeah, you would be in the night.
That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah. So Josnik just happened to be on duty at the time. I mean, before the teleportation circle even was used, there was no guards posted until recently. So
Alrighty then. We freshen up.
right, you guys are freshening up, and a few minutes after Josnik leaves, there's a couple of other like dwarvish and dwarvish bar or maid. I said about to say barmaids, so I mean they'd be the same thing, I guess. Anyway, they come down and kind of help dispose of your clothes, clean them up, and everything else.
Nice. All right.
And I will say, there's not really like there are a couple, like I said, it's Spartan. That there's like a tub, and then there are other places where you can kind of wash yourself off with like a bucket and towels and stuff like that.
Got it.
Anyway,
Can any of us cast prestidigitation?
does anyone have prestidigitation? That's a good question.
Hmm.
I don't think so.
Nope.
It would be super helpful.
it
At
would.
least
We'll have to take baths the hard way instead of just magically cleaning ourselves.
right.
It's funny. Chella takes a manual bath.
A manual bath.
Level 10 having to do things manually. It's terrible.
Yeah.
I know, it's
The
so plebeian.
worst.
Yeah.
So plebeian. All right, so you guys are
I
gonna be heading
use
up.
my my mage hand though.
Okay,
That's what I do.
you're using your mage hand.
To scrub your back.
Yeah.
Makes
Okay,
sense.
I mean that's legit. Makes sense. Is there anything
So-
you guys would
Cantrip.
like to do or discuss as you guys are cleaning up, or
I would kind of assume that dwarves don't. Like, dwarves are probably a little more nocturnal just
yeah,
because they're underground and there's no sun cycle. I would assume they're a little more nocturnal.
there are definitely more night owls in dwarvish society than normal.
So I would assume even late there might be some stuff going on.
Right.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that there'd
Like
almost be
it's
like 24-hour cycles. It's just which one do you work and live on?
right. Yeah. Like you would I would assume probably like 30-40% of dwarves are night owls, and they kind of operate on the opposite cycle of everyone else.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about mines. The mines probably have shifts 24/7.
Oh, they definitely do. Yeah.
So are
Yeah.
we like by ourselves as we're like freshening up and stuff?
Well, there are a couple of like servants that have come down to be on call for Brondir and you guys, and that also there are. But other than that, there's no guards or anything like that.
Okay.
So Cella's actually cashed about 6 cumulative hours so far of brewing time, which is enough to have brewed a common potion. And I have the ingredients, so I'd like to cash in on that.
Okay.
Then it takes 4 hours to produce a common, and I can send you the spreadsheet so everyone knows I'm keeping honest, and it's kind of interesting to look through.
Right.
But
Right.
I'm gonna cash in on that, and after she towels off and dries, she goes and pulls out the little. She's had like as they travel, like all her little concoctions kind of steeping in different vials and everything, and she pulls out one that's kind of like um, bubbling. It's like effervescent and green, like a light green color. And she opens it and sniffs it and gets a pang of anxiety. And she's like, "Okay, good, this is done." And she has just finished her first batch of fright water.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Right one. So that
Yeah.
let me see. What does that do? Right one.
It's in the roll 20 now.
Okay.
Just
Jet
pasted
put it in
there.
roll 20.
It's also in the
Oh, they
spreadsheet.
frightened. Very good.
Yeah. So she's now got 2 potions that she's brewed. She's made fright water and she's made a poison called moral morticum. But now that she's got some more interesting ingredients to work with, I think she's like excited to go to a potion shop and see if she can kind of upsell some of the potions that she's made for ingredients she needs to make more like rarer potions.
Definitely.
So
Okay.
that's kind of, I think I'll be going to look for like an alchemist when there's time.
All right.
Nice.
Um.
What?
That's fun.
Okay. So I assume you guys are just gonna be freshening up and cleaning up, and then that's it.
Yes.
I'll say that you come back like probably about close to when the hour mark is done. You guys are just now getting into your clothes and everything else. Josnick will come back down, and he'll come to you, Brondir, and say, "All right, so everyone knows, it's on alert that you're here."
Very well, thank you, Josnick. Is there anything we should expect when we go down?
Well, what's your business, might I ask?
To be honest, we're also exploring those earthquakes that just.
I see. Well, the captain of the guard has gone to the council right now and alerted them of your presence. As of right this moment, Cathris isn't here, but well, the council needs to be informed of your presence, especially using a teleportation circle.
I can't say it was of our choosing, but we're here nonetheless. So.
Aye, very good. Well,
We could see if anyone is still awake that knows about the earthquakes. And if not, then we can go to the tavern.
Right. I'll ask Josh next. How's Daz doing? He was still bedridden last I left.
Das. Oh yeah, he's up and going again, as far as I've heard. He's even gotten a few new recruits.
Good. So they're rebuilding the Stone Singers then.
Aye, they are.
Good. Now, where would he be if I wanted to find him?
Well, think about that. Where would he be right now? He'd probably be in one of the forges at this point. If not there, he'd probably be in one of the taverns in the city district part.
Sure. Where I'd almost expect him to be. So, right then. Well, I'm gonna make my way to see him, and I'm gonna look at the group and said, "Y'all are welcome to come with me. You can go to the tavern, get food, drink if you like. This is a safe place. You can rest here, take your time, explore, visit the shops. No one's a stranger here anymore. They all know you."
That is true.
As we know,
I'm sure they
the
have.
Dwarven taverns have the strongest ale, so
They do.
I'm sure Phalian's ready to get back to the tavern and a little bit of the ale. She'll be green again before you know it.
I've been green today after I got drug in the swamp by that bear thing.
But not in the way that you want to be.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm gonna ask Josnik. I say, Josnik, I was actually looking for someone.
Oh, were you? Who?
Well, it was just someone named Guy.
Guy?
Guy Fieri, is he here?
Oh my.
Uh, hold on a minute.
No,
I
don't worry about it. We'll find him. It's fine. We'll
I
find him.
don't-
He's probably at the tavern. It's fine.
I mean, it could be. There's a lot of travelers that come through.
Gribble, last we saw him, he was hundreds of miles away from you. There's a slim to none chance that you're going to find Guy. And we
He
didn't
may have
even
taken
interact
that
with him.
portal like we did.
I didn't hear any heckling in the background, so it's possible. And where Guy goes.
Wait. Okay, I'm trying to remember myself. So, Guy was the one who was like always in the background.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, there you go.
whenever we were meeting with the other druid who had the cool armor, like he was in that tavern.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. Guy.
I'm gonna try and find myself to some sort of weapons mage kind of area where I can spend some gold.
Okay. So you're gonna go into like the the smithy districts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And Chella wants to go and look around in the alchemy, like
Yeah.
basically a magic-y district.
Yeah.
Alchemy, magic. It's all kind of put in the same place in Durin. It's not really like most other cities that have like, more magically inclined. Those would be separate things.
Sure. Yeah, I imagine it's not that big, but she's gonna go hunting for potion ingredients and try to haggle, which may not go very well. Shaw is not the most charismatic.
Okay. And Brondir, you want to go to the tavern or the fort, or you want to try and go to one of the Stone Singers forges?
Yeah, I want to see the Stone Singers and see how it's been rebuilding, and just kind of, even if he's not there, it'll be interesting to see. So, because it all got destroyed, right? Like the entire
Well, the forge suffered some damage, and I mean, obviously, most of the Stone Singers are dead or killed as well. So there wasn't as much like the forge was damaged, like the main forge, but as you're kind of walking around in the Stone Singers area, you do see that there are several look appear to be kind of younger dwarves, kind of hard at work, and some of them are trying to, clearly trying like working on a on a forge actively. It's not the magical forges, but it looks like they're just training up their smithing skills. And you see others that you kind of hear that the chanting that Daz was doing and the Stone Singers. Only every once in a while they're someone will cough or hiccup or other weird little like glitches, and you realize that they're practicing.
Right. Yeah. I will say I would go back and say like when we went back to Cap, he put on some more relaxed. I took off the armor, now wearing more
Right.
evening wear of
Sure.
like nicer clothes, threads, stitching.
Yeah, not necessarily dressed like an adventurer.
Yeah, kind of make myself feel at home.
Yeah.
And would have offered similar things to Curbocella Phelan if they would have wanted it. So,
right.
So they didn't have to wear rags while they were being, I guess, prestidigitized.
Right.
Cool.
Now,
So
as you're going around, do you want to try and go to Daz's quarters, I guess?
yeah, I just want to kind of like walk through, kind of stay in the background, not call any attention to myself, and then check the rooms. So just checking out. Like if you're to go back to a place you hadn't been in a while, see if everything's still there. What's changed?
Yeah.
Kind of slowly walking through, hands behind my back.
Yeah, the main forge isn't completely fixed yet, but it does look like repairs are underway. No one's actively working in the main forge at this point, but progress is being made on that. And as I mentioned before, other like lesser forges are being used by students, and there's a certain level of, well, I don't know if you guys remember what the chanting was.
The stone singing.
Yeah, throat singing. And as you were kind of walking around in the buildings, like the forges, like the buildings adjoining the forges and the magical forge, you'll see that there is more. Well, there are more. There are more. Of the living quarters are full compared to before.
Okay.
Like, it looks like they're used or are actively being used. Like you see folks that are sleeping. Some rooms, like these are more like kind of like a dormitory
Sure.
area, and you'll see that some of the dwarves appear to be reading texts actively with like by lamplight at desks. And when you go to Daz's room, the door is actually locked.
I'm gonna put my ear to it to see if I hear anything.
Roll perception. Okay. So you put your ear to the door and you're able to kind of drown out or, kind of drown out the noise, like background noise, and you don't hear anything.
What kind of lock is it?
It just looks like a basic lock, like just a typical dwarven lock and key for a door.
Look over around. Is there a dwarf around, maybe like within 10, 15 feet from me? It's around.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna go.
there's a few students that are kind of wandering around the edge of their dormitory.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of come across and say, "Excuse me. Do you happen to know where Daz is?"
Oh, Daz, I think he left in a hurry. I think some of the council guardsmen came in for him.
Okay.
Been gone for a few
Well,
hours now.
all right. Well, that answers that question. How's everything been coming down here? How long have you been in the forge?
Oh, I mean, I've been a blacksmith for a few years. I always wanted to be, a stone singer. So since I was a wee lad, and well, I've only been singing in the forges now for a few months.
How's it coming along? Is Dad's doing a good job?
Oh yeah, he's fantastic.
Good.
It's incredible,
Well,
just the amount of knowledge he's managed to retain.
he's one of the best. We're glad that he's still here to keep this alive and running.
Especially with the injuries he's had, he made a pretty significant recovery. You'd hardly ever know he had them.
It's good to hear. Look forward to seeing him. Nice to meet you. I'll be off my way. I'm gonna find my way out.
Oh, wait! Before you go, what's your name? Maybe we can leave a message for him.
Oh, let's see. I'm trying to think of if we had like a code or something like that.
Right.
Tell him Bear was here.
All right. I'll have no bears here.
Right.
Have a good night, then.
You do the same. I'll go back up.
Okay. So you leave. Let's go back to Chella. So Chella, you're in the magic alchemical district. There's not very many people. There's not very many folks traveling around at this time. There does appear to be an alchemical potion shop that's still open.
Okay, great. Chella's gonna go in there and look around.
So
Is it well stocked?
it does look like it's stocked, but it's missing certain things that you like, certain staples that you expected more of. Like, say, it's running low on healing potions. It's running low on different potions that are more to do with, say, uh, like curing diseases and ailments.
Okay. Gotcha.
There's also.
And then are there? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say,
are there like?
What's more in stock are more of like the potions that say essentially offer more status effects, like you like the potion of fright water, for instance.
Gotcha,
Maybe not as powerful
gotcha.
as that, but there's certain things like that.
Okay. About like raw ingredients, are there bins of actual items that go into the potions?
Yeah, it has most of the common staples as far as like more common ingredients. There's a few lesser known ingredients that are kind of in like a glass display at the counter. But even then, some of those appear to be more sparse. When you
Good.
come in fact, you're the only customer, and whenever you come in, there is going to be a female dwarf that's kind of working like clean, like clearly like looking for busy work, trying to like clean potion bottles and organizing shelves. And whenever you open up, she's going to turn and her eyes are going to get bright. She says, "Oh, hello there, value customer."
The owner of this shop.
I am, yes.
Well, I have to say, I'm very impressed. I didn't expect to find much in the way of potion craft in Durin. And Chella's trying her best to be amiable.
Gotcha. Yes, I know. My kind's not exactly well known for their potion crafting. And unfortunately, a lot of potion supplies that we usually make are, well, for healing battle ailments or making them temporarily stronger or bigger. Just all combat oriented.
See. Fortunately, I've just returned from a journey through the forest and have several ingredients that I'd be willing to barter with, perhaps in exchange for some of your wares.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Show me what you got.
Right, I'm gonna just. All of these are common items. Well, I don't know how it's gonna copy and paste very well over into the chat. Oh, okay,
Common
yeah,
for
that's.
a mouth.
So those go for, based on the charts that we set up here, a good price for those is about 5 gold pieces. That's what Chella pulls out and puts on the counter.
It might be more valuable if you can't get them in that area.
Exactly. That's like the standard price, but I think, with bartering it can go, and maybe it may go a lot of different ways. So Chella puts all this stuff out on the countertop.
What's your quantity?
Yes.
Okay, so those are your quantities. I like the fox skeleton.
Be willing to sell you any and all of this if you could use it. Some of these ingredients are used in healing potions. I have others that I would be less easily parted with, but for a good price. Could also throw in some datura or polypore for your healing potion stock.
Let me see here. She's gonna kind of look over, kind of eye them, think a little bit. I tell you what, I'm interested in the sage and the violet and the cherry blossoms.
Excellent. Well, do you say we settle on 60 and call it a day for those?
Or persuasion.
Ooh, Chella's got a -1 in persuasion. Ooh.
Do a crippled smile.
Ah,
Has fangs. Smiling doesn't work.
I don't know. How about 40?
Too low a price for things that you can't easily find underground. I can sell them to you for less than 50.
Hmm. So you said your price was 50?
Yeah.
What about 48?
48 it is. And she'll give her all of those ingredients.
Good.
Uh,
Now you mentioned the higher end and some of the other materials you might be interested in trading for healing potions.
so you see, I came across juniper and wormwood as well. Those are the primary ingredient for like antitoxin, evergreen elixir antitoxin. But truth be told, my party will be needing healing potions near future, so again, it'd be very hard for me to part with these ingredients. I don't think I could accept less than gold pieces for each of them.
Yes. Huh. Well, truth be told, I'm running low on healing potions myself, so I can't really offer you much. Unfortunately, there's been more and more demand from the council as well as due to our northern campaign, they required a lot of stock. My stock, you see.
Are you supplying the military then?
Well, one of them anyway. I'm one of their suppliers, yes.
You might also be interested in some martial enhancements. Do you have any poisons lying around? I might be able to give you some of those for the soldiers to use on their weapons.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of common Dwarven soldiers don't look too kindly upon poison. Enhancing their equipment with poison. If some feel it's not honorable. I don't really care either way, but I'm just telling you. Huh?
But not all, in the right hands to the right person, could be very valuable indeed.
Okay. I tell you that. I give you that.
Wait. Anyway, what do you say about 60 gold pieces for the juniper and wormwood, since you are in need?
Roll persuasion again.
Not my strong suit. Oh no! Oh man!
How do you do that?
Double crit? That's
The literal worst roll you could get
Double
twice.
zero.
Both zero. It's
I just
incredible.
give her the stuff and leave. No.
You
Like-
get it. Yeah.
I can't imagine the kind of faux pas you would commit to get a crit fail like that.
Just
like,
strings. You know that scene in Step Brothers where he farts in an interview?
oh man,
Oh my gosh. Oh
That's
my
what it is.
gosh.
man.
Yeah.
It's either that or let me think.
She could accidentally say like again, like she's been really careful to not
Be
offend the dwarf.
not be condescending. Or
She could say like a really bad racial term against the dwarfs, not meaning it, but it like totally
right.
it's like, no, this deal's done.
Like
Oh,
I
no.
could just totally see I figured it'd be easier for you to gather these sorts of materials since they're so low to the ground. You have such stunty feet, stunty legs. I
Yeah.
figured, this wormwood, for instance, is much harder for you to get since you're so short.
Yeah, something like that. Chella might actually do something like that on one of her feistier days. So yeah,
Yes.
we'll go with flagrant racism as the oh god, terrible.
I have to say, I'm very offended. I don't feel comfortable with you in my store anymore.
It sucks. I had so much more I wanted to do. Okay. I recover from this. Okay, I gotta switch tactics. You're in the habit of turning customers out. No wonder your business has been suffering so much lately.
Oh, the wrong way. Wrong way. No. This is me talking to the screen. Yeah, it's like
Right. Well, I'm afraid I have to turn your sword.
Sword. My sword.
Yes. Yes. The ones who decide to insult my people.
The double zero sword.
So
Good
flagrant.
At least my people know their way about potion craft and know what kind of useful potions can be made and used and don't harbor childish fears about employing power to the maximum effect when necessary. She turns around and walks out. I don't know. I'm not very good at being mean, so this is challenging. But Chella will leave.
The alchemist will remember that.
yes.
Yeah, I doubt I'm going to get very much done in Durin now on. Sucks. Okay. But I have another idea. Chella's gonna like storm out and go find, she's gonna go try to find Brondir, wherever he is.
Okay. Are you going to appeal to his authority?
Maybe.
All All right,
So
so
I
now
think a good racial term for dwarves that they wouldn't like is being called knobbers, like knobby legs, like
legs. I would say stunties.
or knobbies, stunties. Yeah, something.
Stunties would be a good one.
Actually, Bella's going to go find. Actually, she's going to go find Gerbo.
Oh no! Don't make us worse.
So Gerbo is hanging. He's loitering around the blacksmithy, like the smithies, which is actually
have to
kind of
kind of-
close for Brondir's. Like the Stone Singer's Forge is a kind of a section all to it. Like it's close to the other forges, but it's kind of its own distinct place. So yeah, Brondir is currently at the normal smithies and weapons shops.
Gotcha. Okay. We'll have to come back to that, I guess, because Gareth is gone. But yeah, Chella's going to
Oh, I
plead her
forgot about
case.
that. Yeah, he is gone right now.
I hear him on his meeting. He'll be another 20 minutes or so. But she'll plan on her case to Gerbo since he's the most persuasive member of the party. And try to have a shopping list for the other stuff that she still needed to get.
And coincidentally, is shorter than dwarves.
There you go. So he can't make that mistake. There's no way that she'll think that Chella and Gerbo are traveling together.
Now,
She
if
won't
he
ever-
crit fails too, I'll have to think of something else that some other.
Gerbo's crit fail would be a lot higher than a 0, though.
That's true. It wouldn't be outright, get out of my shop and never.
But a 1 is a 1.
A 1 is a 1. That's true. It's not much better than 0. So,
Right.
in that case, what is Aphelion doing?
Drinking,
Okay.
I guess.
So you're at
Cleaning herself, drinking, and eating, and waiting.
all right.
Well, do we want to take a quick break then?
Yeah, we could probably take a quick, break for the moment.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
I'm going through my old notes from last time we were in Durin.
Okay, so I wanted to clarify a couple things on the potion crafting. Sorry to I don't want to take up too much of the time with this, but it is something that I've been choosing to sink a lot of my free time into with foraging, and then instead of doing more interactive stuff to roll out more potions. So it looks like the last time that I did a batch, the only other one that I've produced so far is the moral morticum poison. I've inventoried 3. So I think that I don't know if I rolled for how much I got out of the batch, or if it was just a flat 3 or how we decided that. But I wanted to know, because it takes 4 hours to brew. How many can I get on my fright water?
I'm trying to remember how we handled that before.
I don't know if I rolled a D6 for it or something, or a D4 or something. I don't remember. I don't think we may not have even established a rule for how that works.
We may not have. So
Never seems fair.
let me look at this. So. Oh. Abby's here.
Hi guys.
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you. It's not
For
quite
dinner.
up to your standards, Brett, but my attempt at dinner is in 15 minutes.
I don't think you're going to hear me complain about it regardless.
Okay.
So, Brett, I don't think we ever established like Jet was saying, the potion. So you spent this time crafting the potions. Now it's getting the ingredients ready, right?
I made a thing for crafting potions in general, not specifically for this, but you could
Right.
use
I'm
it.
just trying to decide like are we trying to decide like how many potions you can actually make out of your ingredients?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, because so if you go to the third sheet in that Excel document, that's the potion crafting. So I've already erased the 4 hours that I cashed in
Yeah.
under the time spent, and then to the right you can see how long it takes based on the potion I'm trying to do. Oh, I didn't do a DC throw. Okay, so I need to do a DC if I
And
can even finish the
it's like
potion.
is it wisdom? I assume it is.
Uh, it may just be. Is it my proficiency bonus?
You make a check using your herbalism or alchemy.
That's it.
So for herbalism kit, it would be your wisdom and your proficiency.
A wisdom save plus my proficiency bonus. Is that
Yeah,
okay? So I'll roll that. My proficiency bonus is a 4. It would be a 10 plus 4. It'd be a 14.
Okay. And it was a DC. What was the DC? I can't remember.
For a common potion.
Oh, yeah. So you make it.
And we don't have any. Don't have like a quantity. Like if that's one vial.
I think it's
because-
just one. I think it would be just one potion, probably.
Okay. Then I will fix the inventory on the other one. Now I'll have one of the Moral Mordicum and one of the Fright Water. Works. And then I feel like there was something else. Oh, how are we going to work out how I learn Tekka's recipe? Is it actually written out, like the recipe she gave me? Does it say what ingredients are on there?
I think it would list off like the key ingredients. There might be some like interpretation you would have to do for the recipe.
Yeah, well, you can see above, to learn a rare recipe takes 48 hours, which really long time.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you tell me the, or I guess after I've clocked that time, then I can get the ingredient list.
Right. Yeah, I would need to come up with them. But I mean, the basic idea is, what it sounds like. It would be a combination of fungi and chemicals that would create an explosion.
Yeah,
And
that's
it'd
cool.
probably be an explosion of like fungal spores.
That's cool. Very cool.
And depending on the potency, you could probably do different things.
Sorry, I don't guess we ever talked a whole lot about this system. It's really cool, and it is based on what you sent me, Brett. Would you ever be open in the future when we level up? Would you be open to adjusting down the time needed to make these?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I think I would probably be open to that.
Cool. These are all the questions I had. So fun.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
The first batch of potatoes I cooked, I thought I put lots of seasoning on them, but you wouldn't be able to tell if you looked at the potatoes. I don't know.
they're probably fine. Did you put oil on them too? Because that helps the seasoning stick.
Well, I put the spray, and then later when it did not look like they didn't look like yours, then I put some oil on top trying to make it work. But I added a few, but they just taste like potatoes. But I'm hoping that everybody's really skeptical about it. Put the olive oil, olive oil first. But the seasoning sticks. It worked. Yep. But they're trying to do everything in batches. But I learned, so now I know how to use it.
Yep. some of it.
Oh, I missed everybody.
No, they're just potatoes. You can always add the seasoning on top of potatoes, I suppose.
Oh yeah. And which one is which stir fry is that?
Pad thai.
Okay.
Peanut butter and stuff. But there are different potatoes in here that maybe look better? Okay, yeah, these look slightly better. But they're not done yet. I don't know, they might be done. What do you think, Brett?
It depends on if they're kind of
Yes,
squishy.
sir.
Um, they're about done. You could cook them a little more.
Okay.
Sometimes it's hard to tell because the outside gets a crispy crust, so it's hard to tell if they're done.
Excuse me. You unloaded the dishwasher, huh?
I did, because I wanted to put the dishes that I was using in the dishwasher. So I did.
Well, thank you.
You won't offend me if you add a bunch of sauces or spice it up or do whatever.
I mean, that's just par for the course.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not. You're not. I'm not gonna be like, why are you adding this?
No.
Considering it was my first time trying to use it.
I mean, Brett
Yeah.
adds sauces to everything.
I got all kinds of sauces that I like to dip in.
Yes, we call it the sauce. The sauce, and the fridge is just one giant sauce container. And I don't need that much chicken, Brett. You see how chicken I am.
This.
Of course, you know, when you look at the chicken and then you thaw it out, it looks like more chicken than what it cooks down to be.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It always, yeah.
So.
So we're there in the Dwarven City,
Mm-hmm.
trying to do some shopping,
Okay.
and Brett's character's just drinking from the tap water.
Okay.
She has clinical depression. Even worse than I do in real life.
What?
Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
Um, the portal that we saw at Gearheads, was that related to any of these um, elemental portals?
I think so, but I'm not sure. That's what I was going to ask about.
So I'm going back to these notes and I've forgotten a lot of stuff. Um, but like they had the Gearhead had those crystals that were also um, corrupted that needed transmutation magic to clear out, which is interesting. Maybe those crystals are power cells for something else, and that's kind of where they've been storing them. Weren't there like a ton of them all around, or can't
Yeah,
remember.
it seems like I remember uh, it being related to a temple, but I'm not sure.
Um, and so like some of the things that I picked up on is like Malcor is training. This is like from the campaign with Durin and Emily. Like Malcor is training champions. That all Malcor and Pelor are both always training a champion, which is like Tristan and Elia at one point, and I think Elizabeth was kind of in line for that to be Pelora's champion. So Malcor's champion may be this outsider. I don't know, or this could be something completely different. That's one of the things. One of the reasons why I wanted to have like a wiki or something where we can kind of go through these different storylines in the campaign or chapters in the campaign where I can kind of see this one kind of gets
Yeah,
add juice to the current story, or is this something I need to still be actively thinking about? Um, Gareth still has a hat that can change his shape, I think, and figure, but I think he's forgotten about it. So I'm not,
that's true.
unless I need him to do that, but I'm not going to do it. So that could turn out bad. He'd probably just walk around trying to be me. Um, let's see. And I have this amber stone that I've been wearing underneath armor. It's translucent amber stone, dimmed, and it has something to do with fire magic, but I don't know what. So I need to find somebody who can tell me more about that. And that might come in handy if we fight the outsider at the Temple of Fire. It was something with can't remember the exact history with it. There's like Sun Eater wore it in battle or when he got the name Sun Eater or something, and maybe it can give resistance to fire damage. I don't remember exactly what it said. If it does anything significant or not, I don't know. Can't remember. I don't think Drew would have taken us to see Gearhead if it hadn't been somewhat loosely related.
Yeah,
So Gearhead used elemental magic to make and power his creation. Would elemental magic be related to temples?
yeah, I think so.
I guess yeah. Elements with wind, water, fire. So if he was drawing upon that magic, it might have been a target for the outsider. Could have been an accident.
Yeah, he might have found Gearhead because he was searching for the temple, and he was near it.
Yeah, came up in the wrong place. Because if I remember right, Gearhead was just living by himself, doing his own thing, not really trying to hurt or harm anybody. Can you tell me more about the Everqueen? And one of the things I have here was Rebellion has met and served the Everqueen. The Everqueen saved her people. But what is the Everqueen in the larger scope of this campaign?
Um, I don't know all of it, but she's an archfey, which is like a demigod. And the Feywild, where all the Eladrin and stuff are from, is dead, and it's just a big winter hellscape now.
Okay. And that's not on this plane, right?
Yeah, different plane.
I gotta find my laptop charger. How did we find out how you got to our plane? Were you sent here by the Everqueen to figure out the disturbance?
Yeah,
Oh, this isn't good if I can't charge it. Oh, my laptop charger. This one, I put it in. Oh, it's in the basement. It is.
good. I realized that even though I muted Discord, it still recorded all of my audio into the recording when I was making food and eating and everything.
So if Malcor
So,
is
so that no one
using,
has to hear that, I might actually edit it out if I can figure out how to edit it.
well,
Are you talking to me?
I was talking to Brett like maybe 5 minutes ago while he's eating, and
Oh,
it was
gotcha.
fun. But I'm going through our old notes,
Mm-hmm.
the notes from our past campaign starting right before Brett got in, going all the way back to
Might have to
Marigold.
download some software to
Wow.
edit though.
But which brings up questions about Elizabeth, brings up questions about the champions that Pelora and Malcor are currently still apparently finding out kind of influence. But here, when we notes from when we first started learning about the elemental temples, so the outsiders trying to influence these other cults or druids,
Mm-hmm.
and not all of them follow him, obviously, but the ones that do, he's using them essentially to destroy the continent.
Yeah.
But what is Pelora doing in response to that? If they're having their own battle that's completely separate from the old
Yeah.
gods and the dying world, Pelora has to be doing something
Sounds like
that may or may not be related to
Jedi,
this.
sounds like.
And this is just,
To counteract it, basically.
yeah,
Side of the
like,
coin.
like I think Pelora and Malcor are kind of, for me, and not the big picture anymore.
There's still some of that weird
Yeah,
vibe
it's
in the
almost like
footage.
old gods and
In
new,
the very
and
bottom.
it's just will the battle between the new gods destroy the planet, destroy the realm
And so
of the
maybe it's like the old gods are allowing themselves to wither away in order to kill the new ones or something. I don't know.
I feel like Elizabeth and the other group would have more of an idea about what's going on the Pelora side of things.
That would be good because last we saw Emilio and Alvin were taking her to Palan
Yeah.
study, but there was a
I
chance that she wouldn't want to go. She didn't want to go. She didn't like the note that I had was she felt a chilled touch when touched by Elia in that battle,
yeah.
and didn't want to go to Palan, but we were all encouraging her to because she needed to fight Malcor. But now it's
Yeah.
like, uh
Pelora's
oh,
not good either. Yeah, they're
yeah,
both bad. Yeah.
that might
So
need to be something we need to try to rectify here as well, or look into,
I wonder if
ask
there's any
about.
way we can meet up with the other group. Like, where are they right now, Brett? Where's the other group at, physically, geographically?
I don't know. I haven't played with them in a little bit.
Gotcha.
My character died.
You didn't tell us that. Oh my gosh, how did that happen?
Well, it's a Phoenix themed character, so he'll probably come back to life eventually.
He could come back to life in Durin, and you can play two characters the same campaign.
There you
It'll be a lot of
go.
fun.
Well, if Drew can do it as a DM, you can do it.
Yeah, it would just be. I mean, that character is not very hard to play. He's a wildfire druid. And he just kind of does his thing. He's not as complicated as
So
a Felian.
there is. I'm trying to find. There is a Solomon Ignis, representative of the Church of Light in Durin. That would be our person. That's who connected Elizabeth with Palan in the
Do you
church.
think he's too like? Do you think that he's too entrenched in the power structure of the church to be like open to the truth, though? Like he may, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
I
he can't
wouldn't.
really
I
go
would
to the
go to him.
Archbishop.
I would go to him for information on Elizabeth, not for information on the outside
On
world.
it. Got it. Yeah. No, that I think
Yeah,
that makes sense. That could be a good thing to do while we're
and
here.
see if we could have a connection, zone or something where we could at least start to make it because we might need her especially, or we might even cross her in the past if the outsider is Malcor's new champion and Elizabeth is Palora's new champion. They're bound to meet, and that might be the destruction of worlds that we see is the combining of those powers. But that'll be something to check into.
Wait, what?
Um,
What in the hell?
But we're talking
Here.
outside of the deep.
Speculation.
Yeah, we were trying to annihilate your campaign. We're actually trying to deconstruct your campaign, figure out how all these things are lining up. What some things that we need to take into consideration. Because like it's fairly easy for you to keep it in your head since it's your story. But like me going through notes going back to, let me see what this date is back here. 2019,
Yeah.
when we're talking about Marigold.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you wouldn't like that's one thing that I was talking to Brett about was one of the things that'd be helpful for that wiki, not just like looking at the world that we've created and appreciating it, but also like breaking it into chapters and being like, do I still need to worry about Penny, Georgia? Like, or is that just like a thing that's gone, is now kind of like hanging out in the background, fun thing, or is that going to be something that sparks up? You know, things like that where I think we can kind of, not that that would be, not that the future context of the character be written down in a wiki, but at least like it could be something that's more easily remembered going forward, or like just me, like I had to go and look up Daz's name because I couldn't remember. That's supposed to be like my best friend, but we haven't been in
You
Durin
haven't been
and
back. It's just been the actual passage of time has been
yeah,
rough.
2 years. Yeah, it's been 2 years. Like on April, it'll be 2 years since we were last in Durin. And so, yeah, actually March 28, 2020 was the memorial service for all the dwarves and people that died in that battle.
And in game, it hasn't even been that long. It's been like maybe a month or two.
Time of chaos. Yeah. Oh, so I think I told Gareth it explained the vision, but Zach, since you mentioned like you didn't know, like talking about like building out the world and like the world building, you didn't know who the guy was in Chella's vision. So
Yeah.
the details of like why will probably come around later, but that was the guy she met in the forest when she went home. That was Ladano.
Whenever we were outside the Snake Town.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, when she flew back home.
When
And
she
remind me, you flew back home to see, like, to get information.
Valkyra. Yep. To
Visit
get information.
Yeah, information
Yeah,
on the temples.
Well, yeah, she heard that the war up north was happening, and
Oh, and she was going to go.
yeah, Valkyra was going to go. Chella doesn't want Valkyra to go. I don't know if she's explained why to the party yet or not, but the Ladano, the guy that she met when she was there, is the guy who killed her in the vision.
But what was Ladano doing when you were visiting Valkyra?
He was just meeting. He met her. He sensed her there. He met her. He just wanted to. He was worried about her and wanted to see her.
Wanted to see Valkyra?
Wanted to see Chella.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
We all had a history.
Yes.
Yes. To be a very complicated history to be revealed slowly over time. You missed it, Garrett.
I know.
You
Okay,
really
y'all,
missed it.
I'm so excited. So I just left my marketing group thing, and I've convinced the group that our group needs to choose Crocs as the company to focus on and market. I'm so excited about it.
Frogs?
Yeah, Crocs. It's gonna be great.
Eric, your enthusiasm is irresistible when
Yeah,
you
it's-
latch onto something.
yeah,
It is
it's gonna be great.
contagious.
But we're gonna focus on NFTs. How
Oh, there it
Crocs
is.
could get into the NFT world.
There it is.
Non-fungible tokens. It's like virtual baseball cards.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big thing.
Man. That is like a niche of a niche because you have cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah.
And then you have
Oh
NFTs.
yeah. It's Croc cryptocurrency, dude. It's gonna be so awesome.
Your professor's gonna be like, "Whose idea was this?"
Yeah. Probably, but
I'm sure
it's-
plenty. I actually wouldn't be. I would not be surprised if like half the projects had something to do with NFTs.
yeah, that's true. But I don't
NFTs are
think
so
any
hot
of them
right
will deal with Crocs.
But that's true. That's a lot of meme potential, and for that alone, it could be profitable.
Right? Yes, exactly. Everybody in the group was like, I love Crocs. And I was like, all right. I was like, this is great. I was like,
I love Crocs.
I was like, this is amazing. So, oh wow. What the heck happened here?
We just saw the crit fails.
You double crit failed?
Yeah.
On
It,
persuasion.
it had to be punished. It had to be punished.
She accidentally offended greatly a dwarven shopkeeper.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Pretty much the only person in all of Durin that Chella actually cares about. She was turned down and told to never come back. So
No.
Oh, yeah. But of course, Chella couldn't bow out gracefully. She had to be spiteful about it to make things even worse.
I mean,
So
yeah.
you were racist?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't want to be, but we decided that was the most likely way to critically fail a persuasion check for Chella.
I mean, I figured. I think that works in real life.
We also
as much as
considered
it does
parting
in
audibly. But racist comment won out.
That's good. That's good.
So now Chella's gone in search of Gerbo, which honestly, she really should have just done the first time. Like, he's the most persuasive member of the party. If anyone needs to barter, it should be Gerbo, but now Chella's gonna have to figure out how to convince Gerbo to barter for her.
If Garbo rolls a 1, it'll be like a 10. Chella's
Yeah.
0.
Yeah, my persuasion is quite good. Yeah, I have an 11 plus 11 persuasion.
Oh, so 12. The lowest you can roll is 12.
Casually.
Yeah, 12 is the minimum I can roll. Okay, so that's what I missed, huh?
That, and we were just talking about some of the like old stuff that happened in the campaign, like in chapter 1.
Okay.
When we're talking about the need for a wiki, I'd be happy to help work on a wiki. I have some notes that stretch back, and we can all like edit each other's with things that we forgot. It'd be fun.
Yeah, same. I can
This is when Brondir wrestled that woman.
way
Wrestled
before that.
woman. Oh, way before that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is like the Redwoods.
Oh yeah,
Like Marigold. Yeah.
Rockland and-
Redwoods, Marigold,
Yeah.
Okay, who is
Good job.
Reginald?
The tears.
Reginald.
Who is Reginald?
Mm.
I have his signet ring, and I don't know who Reginald was. But in my inventory, I just noticed an item.
It
Reginald.
was a one-night stand.
Yeah. Chella's really appealing in that way.
Okay.
This
you've got
is
these
like
stuff
a.
there.
This is like a. And I was
Thinking Richard, but no.
Minto.
It says gold signet ring with a ruby in the middle. Who was Reginald?
Let me.
This is definitely like Memento.
Nope.
You'll find out, but it's later in the movie.
Gold
Listen.
signet ring.
That would be pretty awesome if, like, in a campaign, the DM would just put random, personalized items that, like, the party just doesn't know about until they look in their inventory. It's like, what?
Yeah, it's like, who gave me this?
Why do I
And
have
it was like-
Cassandra's necklace? Who is Cassandra?
Who's Cassandra?
It's like
Wait,
you
what is
didn't.
this written on my
Yeah,
body?
you didn't do a perception check while you were in the tavern and somebody slipped
Somebody
you.
planted it on
Somebody
you.
slipped it to
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Maybe someone planted it on Chellen. Anyway,
Well,
if
I
anyone
mean-
can tell me who Reginald is, that'd be great.
In the Pathfinder PC game, if you romance a certain NPC, you start finding body parts of humans in your bags. If you don't notice it for a while, eventually you'll get over encumbered and you won't know why, and you look in there and there's a whole bunch of body parts in your bag.
Oh my gosh, that is so wild. That is so funny.
Oh my god, I love that a
Because
lot.
that character is a serial killer.
And
you
she's
don't,
leaving gifts.
you don't
Like
find it out till later, but it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I love that a lot. That's amazing.
Anyway, that's what you missed.
So you've come in search of Gerbo, but Gerbo is on his way to the
He's at the
like
smith. He's at
the
the.
smithy.
He's
Yeah,
kind
no,
of. You're in kind of the weapon district or the smithy district, I should say.
Yep.
Smelting quarters, however you want to call it.
no, you play your thing out. I already had my turn. I will wait. You do what you're gonna do.
Sounds good. So, what do I see?
Well,
I make a 16 perception check.
So looking around, a lot of the forges are out for the night. Several of the shops have boarded up, but there's a few that are open. Two that you can see close to you right now look to be open, and in fact, one of them looks like you can hear the sounds of the clanging of the forge, like someone is actively smelting something.
Okay. Are these like open air? Are these enclosed?
They are open air.
Okay.
You notice that there's kind of chimney structures for like all the smoke to go out.
Mhm.
And you assume it kind of vents out the smoke away from the air. Otherwise, it would just fill up with smoke eventually.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go to the one closest to me, the one on the left.
Okay. You go to the one on the left, and
Is there one person or multiple people?
at the forge you're at, or you're walking to,
Mm-hmm.
you see two. Looks like there's an
Okay.
older dwarf. His hair he's bald, and his hair on the back of his head is white. His beard is white. And he's kind of eating. It looks like he is sharing a meal with a younger dwarf who's, wiping sweat off his brow as it looks like he's kind of wrapping up for the day. The older dwarf looks to you, Gerbo, and says, "How can I help you?"
Well, I haven't been in this city for a long time. I hear your goods are very fine.
Aye, some of the best in the world.
I pull out of my bag, off of my back. I pull out a great sword.
How do you have a great sword? Anyway,
In my inventory, I don't know.
aren't you like 3 inches tall?
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's been cumbersome. So, as you can see, I'm trying to offload this inconvenience. But do you think there's something that you may use?
He'll grab the great sword and kind of look it over a bit. He's going to turn to the younger dwarf and hand it to the younger dwarf, and he'll say, "What do you think, boy?" He'll look at it. His student will look at it for a bit, pass it back, and say, "Looks to be in fine condition to me." And that it is. It's a normal greatsword, right?
Yep, pretty normal, unused. It's obviously I'm too I'm too short for it.
Well, what are you hoping to get out of it?
Well, maybe we can talk about that when we talk about what you have.
Around on that.
Well, what kind of weapons are you interested in?
Well, I'm trying to when I'm in battle, I'm trying to be stealthy. I typically rely on a magical crossbow and a dagger, and a nice short sword, but I'm open to if you've been working up something particularly interesting that is very stealthy. I know that when you're in war, it's stealth might not necessarily be your priority. So I don't think that you may be selling that out. So if you have anything that's stealthy, that might be interesting.
Stealthy. I can't say we do much in the way of stealth, Master Gnome. We got fine weapons here, though we don't really do much in the way of enchantment. We have daggers. We got rapiers, if you're interested.
You just have a standard dagger, right?
I have a little dagger here. Yeah, but let's look at. Yeah, let's look at your rapier. Well, I'd like to. I pull out my rapier and I say, "Now this is something. If I'm not I've burned all my spells, and I'm not really looking to battle for too long. I may pull this out." And I show him my rapier, and it's just a regular old rapier. It's nothing too crazy. Don't know what that does. If that does anything. Nope, I don't. I do not use it on him. That would be bad.
This is just a normal rapier, and you just attack
Yeah.
him.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. I stab him with it. So no, it just says on here 1d8 plus 4.
Which is your proficiency.
Yeah, so just pretty straight up normal. And I'm also trying to look at my armor. I just don't know where. I don't know. I have light armor. Is there a way I can upgrade my armor?
So we got a +1. We got wow.
We've got a +1, +1.
We got a
if you will.
Well, we got a nicer rapier than this one. We might be interested in. A little lighter, a little stronger. Made out of some finer metal. If you're looking for light armor, right? That's what you said.
I currently have light armor, but something maybe a little bit beefier than that, if it's possible.
Well, fortunately, I can give you heavier armor. Problem is, your whole sneaking around bit will be a bit impeded by that. He'll kind of like clang some like pieces of metal together and say, "Not really known for stealth."
Okay. Well, how about this? How about I give you my greatsword and my rapier, and you give me that rapier, and well, let's say 35 gold.
Trying to figure out what the cost would be for a +1 weapon typically.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's usually a lot, like several hundred, I would think.
Oh, is it?
Right, because they're magical.
You could see if the Stone Singers could improve any of your weapons.
It's anywhere between 300 and 1,000, depending on what the item is. According to this that I'm looking at.
All right. Tell you what. Give you a discount for your broadsword and your rapier. And in total, it's going to be way more than 35 gold, my good man. It's going to be more in the range of 700. That's with the broadsword and rapier you're trading in.
Say 70 or 700?
700.
And so my rapier would be, pull it up here. My rapier would be at that. What would that be giving me realistically?
What do you mean, like the +1
The
rapier?
+1 to hit.
So my
I mean,
rapier
+1 to hit.
So it would be a +9.
So it's currently +8, so it would be +9.
And
Yeah.
+1 to damage.
And +1 to damage.
And a lot of monsters have resistance to non-magical weapons. That's the
Right,
important
that's the other
part.
component to this too, is that this is magical, a magical
Mhm.
weapon. So
Okay. Well, I say, well, let me take a walk for a second, and I'll think about it. I'll leave the rapier and the great sword here, and I'll be right back.
all right, take a stroll then.
So I around the corner, and as I round the corner, I cast my second level charm person.
This is so risky. We're going to piss off everybody in this city.
So I cast second level charm person, which means I charm both the people that are there. Now, because I have it says that my spell casting, you cast known spells using intelligence as your spellcasting modifier. This says
Say what?
spell. So, please.
So it's already showed that they have to make a wisdom save at 15.
Yes.
He has. You have something that that makes it. What is it? If they because he's an arcane trickster, if they don't expect it, then they have disadvantage against saving throws against
Oh
his
yeah,
spells.
here, let's look at this. I think Brett's right. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. That's just your spell slots. That's just how many you know per
Okay.
level.
Yeah,
Um.
that's under spellcasting. Apologies.
Oh wait, open it again.
Arcane trickster.
It was at the top of that thing you had open. It was at the top of whatever you had just opened. The class features. Okay, here we go. Arcane structure table shows you how many spell slots you cast.
Right now, I'm looking at Twitch overlays to make our stream
No,
look
it's just-
better.
That's just
Sure.
the modifiers. Because I'm
Okay.
arcane trickster, you cast known wizard spells using intelligence as your spellcasting modifier.
Like as opposed to wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't
good.
like a
I don't think there's any.
If you were hidden,
Oh.
magical ambush. That's what I was trying to go for.
Nice.
If you are hidden, sorry, this is what I was trying to go for.
creature has
if you're hidden from a
disadvantage.
creature when you cast a spell on the creature.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make
Nice.
you at least make a stealth check prior to that, because it's kind of weird. Because like they
Okay.
obviously know you went in that direction, but
It's fine.
Nice.
yeah, right. Well, I at least had to make you do it.
Yeah. Almost critted, actually.
Yeah, of course. So, all right. So they have disadvantage on your
Mhm.
saving throws.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, they both failed.
Nice. Okay. So they are charmed, right?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
So
Next hour.
charmed creature regards you as a friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature's known it was charmed by you.
Oh man.
Okay. So it's charmed for an hour. So it knows me as a friendly acquaintance.
Yep.
Okay, so I turn the corner and walk back to him.
Hey, good to see you again.
I'm back.
Good to see you.
Well, I was thinking, and I don't know. I can't make 700 work. I mean, listen, it's hard times out
Oh,
here.
yeah, what was I thinking? 700, that's too high. Well, for an old friend like you.
Right? I know. Gerbo the Great. So great.
Great is right. He's gonna come over and, like, slap your back. Like, he's trying to, like, normally how you, like, able to clap your shoulder. He, like, is gonna clap down
Huh?
onto
Huh?
you, and it's way, like, even, like, him trying to, like, not, like, you kind of, like, get bucked a little.
Right. Yeah, because I'm pretty tiny.
Right. Says, all right, how's 500 sound? It seems reasonable. That's about the cost it makes for me to make it.
Yes, I could see us doing that. 500. Okay. What if I had a secret that I thought was worth 100 gold?
Secret? I don't trade. No, now listen, friend. I don't trade in information.
Don't
Okay.
you don't think that the information I have is worth 100 gold?
Well, how can I verify that? Until you tell me it.
How about this? How about I whisper something in your ear, then you tell me how much gold you think it's worth.
Already know it.
Right, but he would.
Shake on it now, then you tell me honestly how much gold you think it's worth.
All right, I'll indulge you, I guess.
All right. I shake his hand
Okay.
and I lean into his ear and I say, "The Blight Chaser is back."
Oh, Brondier's back?
And I just kind of like back away, like,
I mean, I know he's done a lot. I don't really know him that well. I mean, I know he's a great fighter and warrior, but I mean, okay. Good to
right.
know he's back in Durin.
That's right. Helpful information.
Yeah, but I
You
don't
think
think that's
that's
worth 100 gold.
That's like a casual piece of gossip.
well, maybe not. Fine, 50.
I don't think that's worth 50 gold either.
Okay, fine. We'll settle for
You're
500.
in so much trouble. This spell wears off.
We'll settle for 500, and I put 500 down.
All right, all right. Here, boy. He's gonna toss the rapier and great sword to his apprentice.
And then I get the +1 rapier.
Yes,
I don't know how to add.
and he says, "You were looking for armor earlier, right?"
Well, yes, but you said all the things you had weren't very stealthy.
Well, what I recommend to you is you ought to go to the tanneries. They deal with more leatherworking than here.
Yes, well,
Might
I
find
could.
something more up your speed there.
Yes, I will certainly do that. What was your name again?
To the name generator.
Reginald. That's
No.
his name.
Ah!
Oh, that
Good
makes
twist.
sense.
Is this your ring, baby?
Just call me Cogger.
Cogger. Well, Cogger, I reach out my hand and shake his hand. I say, "It was good to see you again. And next time I'm in Durin, I'll make sure the Blight Chaser drops your name as the best smithy in town."
Well, that would be very helpful indeed. Now, Before you go and make yourself a stranger, he's gonna pick his apprentice is coming back, and he's already got a mug of ale. He says, "How about a pint? Between old friends."
Well, sure, I can do that. I only have 50 minutes. Then I
What
have
are you
to
in a
leave.
hurry for? The night is young.
Night is very young. Okay, fine. I'll stay for one drink.
Very good. He's gonna pour you pour you a glass of ale. It's almost as big as you are.
I'm gonna regret this so much, but Gerbo's this is very classic him, and so I feel like I had to accept that.
Jump first, look later.
No, I feel like I had to accept that. There's, it's.
All right.
But I am very mindful of the time. So
I'm sure.
I'm fine. Play it like this. Can we play it like where a certain amount of time goes by and I have to make some sort of like check?
Well, I mean, I was gonna make you roll a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, that's good. That's what I like that idea.
Like he's just gonna say, "Aye, to good friends."
Yes, and
I'm good business.
Pound the glasses together as hard as I possibly can because I'm sure that's what I know that's what he's going to do.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
All right, so he's gonna start chugging immediately.
I take a sip and then notice that he's chugging. And what I do is I tilt the glass too far and I pour it all over myself.
This is now. I'm still gonna need you to make a Constitution save.
It's fine. It's fine. But I drink it and instead of drinking it all, I just kind of it pours all over me.
There you go. Perfect. Whenever he notices you spilling it all over yourself, he kind of bursts out laughing and his ale's gonna spit out of his mouth as he's laughing.
Such a bad save. Or no, that's not a Constitution saving throw. That's just a con. Well, the
modifier's the same.
And the modifier's the same, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So even from that little, the bit that got into your mouth, you feel a little, you're starting to feel a little tipsy.
Oh God.
But it's right on the edge, you're not full on tipsy yet.
It's gonna ruin me.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, pour him another.
Oh no. I must insist. Oh no, I can't. I'm so small. What do you think? What do you think you think I could handle such nice fine ale in such large quantities?
I know you can. I believe in you.
Oh, no, I promise. Oh my gosh, there's no way. There's just I start slowly stumbling towards the door. I can't do this. You're so kind. I'll still put the flight chaser and I'll put the words in for you. What was your name? What Reginald? Corrigan?
What? No, it's Cogger.
Cogger. Where? Oh, Reginald.
Cogger Ironbelly.
Iron Belly. Ah, and I point his belly. Ah, oh.
What's happening?
And he slaps his belly.
Oh my God.
And I kind of I put both my hands between the door frame And I'm like looking at him like with big eyes. I say, "Oh well, it was. Thank you for the rapier." I pause a really long time.
You sure you can make it home, buddy?
Yes. I look over my shoulder and try to see if there's if my out, like what the alley, like if there's something, like what's going on behind me.
There's nothing going on there. Like the alley is pretty desolate at this point.
Okay. Then
Oh yeah, no, Chella. I mean, Chella's been trying to find Gerbo. I don't know what the timeline.
Oh yes, I guess this would be a good time for Chella to pop up.
Okay, cool. Chella is passing by the door and she sees Gerbo inside and she stops the door and she says, "Looking for you all over. Still busy. I need your help." Never thought I'd say.
Oh yeah, I help.
It's a bit hard to explain here now in this exact moment. You'd better come with me.
Hey, Master Gnome, tell us your friend. Who's she? Would she like to have an ale with us?
I can assure you that this is Chella. She's not. Nope. She doesn't. I know. I don't even have to ask her. No, she doesn't.
Are you trying to? Do you assume you know what I'm thinking? Trying to deny me this man's ale? Probably just want it all for yourself. Here, give me some of that.
Chella, we do not have time for this. I could assure
There you go. And he gives you a full glass, full mug.
Nope. Chella, trust me.
You need to try to persuade her.
Trust
'cause
me?
She's trying to spite you now.
Persuasion.
Trying to spite you now. No.
I absolutely critted the shit out of that.
Chella
Yes, you
just
did.
looks at the mug in her hand and looks back at the guy and just sets it down in front of him and then like grabs Gerbo by the elbow and walks out into the alley and hauls him with her.
Oh, well, have a good night, you folks.
And Chella has Gerbo, but like I'm facing the opposite way. Like I'm facing them and Chella's like guiding us away. I'm waving, and I look at Chella, like we're far away. I look at Chella and I say, "Oh, I cast a charm on them, and we were running out of time. Oh my goodness!"
Like easily a good 15 minutes had passed from you like drinking and stuff. So yeah, see, that's the negative. That's the negative angle that charm person can have.
Yeah,
They figure it out eventually.
But know that they were overly zealous to keep you around now.
Yeah.
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 Anyway, no, that was good.
Seems we both had a bad luck with shopping today, but I really messed up.
No, I had good luck. I got a deal.
Got a deal.
I always get deals.
Well, I hope you enjoy it very much because I doubt that you'll be welcome back there, which is the situation that I find myself in. The only shop I care about in this daft, stony city in the bottom of the mountain. Anyway, I need ingredients for potions. And now the only potion crafter in this whole city won't so much as look at me. And as much as it pains me, I now find myself coming to you. As you are many things, Gerbo, but one of them is persuasive, and I would she's like gritting her teeth, appreciate your help. You would go talk to her and the ingredients. It would be really nice. Please.
Okay, we can see. Yes. Okay. Yes.
I suppose you'll be wanting something from me in return.
Well, make your list.
I have it here, and she hands it to him.
So you
What are you doing?
this list is in Druidic. Don't speak this language.
Oh yeah, Chella does it. Yeah, Chella does it right. She probably writes in runes. She can't read or write. Okay. Well,
She's a bird from the middle of the forest.
well, damn.
So you're
yeah.
just gonna have to tell me what you need.
Are you drunk? Drunk right now? Yeah, he's asleep. I don't think.
And
Yeah.
like in the anime, the giant like snot bubble comes out of my
snot
nose.
bubble
Yeah.
comes up. Yep. There you go. That's the vibe here. Yeah.
God.
Just tell me the.
Angelic has
Freak
death
it.
coil on him.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I'm sorry. That's.
Freaking necrotic! What just happened? Am I dead? Am I dying?
No, that's not what I meant to do. That's not what
Gerbo's
I
heart
meant to do.
stopped.
Oh my god, Brondir somewhere across the city and freaking dies too.
Oh man, yeah, no.
Brondir just drops dead.
No, what I meant to do actually was cast Healing Spirits. It's kind of the opposite.
Oh my god.
On Gerbo to sober him up.
Probably good.
Yeah, so.
Is the
She'll
type
cast
of
Healing.
poison.
That?
All right.
Yeah,
Gerbo,
alcohol. Yeah, exactly.
That's funny.
Gerbo, you're
she'll.
sobering up.
Okay. All right, I sober up. That's fine. That's good. You created that,
However,
actually.
we're going to cut back to
Fun.
Brondir.
Ready. Been studying notes.
Okay. As you have Brondir, as you're coming away from the Stone Singer's Forge's, what was his name? Actually, no. A larger dwarf dressed in like guards mail armor, like plate mail armor, has come to you, and you can tell that they are some of the council guardsmen. And he says, "Brondir,
Sir, how are you?
good. You have been summoned. There is a council meeting ongoing as of now."
I really was looking for Daz. If you don't mind, I can meet up. You can give me the footnotes later.
Well, just to say, Daz is in the meeting as well.
So it's that kind of a meeting, right? Well, that's after you.
Very good. He'll do a slight bow and he'll take you to the council room. Do you want to, Brondir? Do you want to like collect any of the party members?
Do I want to what with the party members?
Collect them like for this or?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would just. I invited them with me, and now trust that they're doing their own things that are not at all harming my home or reputation.
Question for Aphelion. Is Aphelion just hanging out at the bar, just waiting?
Yep.
So I'll just say that, as is pretty typical in a dwarven tavern, it's almost always pretty lively in a dwarven tavern. And this is a time around, even nightlife, it's no different. What's your passive perception?
17.
17. That's pretty good. So I'll just say that as you've been kind of watching, waiting for time to pass, that you've collected you basically overheard gossip and rumors. And a lot of it is centered around Cathras being sent off to go and try and like get more elvish houses help. Some of them are talking. Some of them clearly were soldiers coming back from the battle in the city of Ash, up north in the Badlands. So they're kind of talking about, hey, yeah, I fought, talking to, dwarven soldiers talking to, dwarven commoners and peasants, impressing them with their tales and feats of bravery and all that. How they killed this many hobgoblins and stuff like that, and they saw a giant rock fly over the city, and they saw a huge flaming phoenix at the end of the battle that lit up the sky. You also see, some people kind of worriedly talking about the earthquakes, and the council hasn't said anything one way or another what's causing it at this point. They've been happening for at least, they've been increasing in frequency and happening more and more often in the last month. But yes, like there hasn't, like the rumors are that there might be some monster that's roaming the ways that have been sealed off that might be causing all the activity. Still, others are thinking it might be, mages from the Badlands trying to cause an earthquake. Basically, rumors are flying about.
Mm-hmm.
From what you can hear, though, nobody's mentioning the Earth Temple as like a topic of conversation. All right. So, Brondir, you've been escorted to the council, the main council room, and as you enter, you can hear like the chattering of many of the dwarvish council members talking amongst themselves rapidly and excitedly. And in the middle of the hall, you see a few different figures. Some of them look to be older dwarvish mages that you personally are not familiar with, but you've seen them or know of them from your mother. You also see Daz, and the way I can imagine this is almost like a round meeting chamber, like a large table, circular table holding all the council members. Let me see.
Do they call their evening meetings nights at the round table?
uh,
Actually, apparently Gareth was a knight of the round table.
Mm-hmm. Sir Gareth.
That's true. So, do you remember Daz's full name?
I do.
He looks a huh?
I feel like Daz would be a shortened version of his name.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
He looks a little different than when you last saw him. He's looking like he's in better shape, but he also seems to have covered himself in runic inscriptions.
Like his skin is tattooed.
Yeah,
Nice.
like you see the art I put up.
Oh, that's cool. I don't. Is this the first? I don't think this. I don't. I've never seen this before.
It's new. I don't think I
Yeah.
didn't give Daz an art. I don't think.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
No. Very cool.
Cool.
This is something that you haven't. I think you only saw in a few of the Stone Singers. So.
And they all had their own colors too, right? Like they're the different dwarven clans and stuff had their own
Right.
color. I
Right.
guess yours would be blue.
Yeah. Anyway, whenever you enter the room, the council members quiet down. Daz looks to you and smiles, and sitting towards the center of the round table are two dwarves. Let's see. You see a larger one that's got a spiky mohawk, like kind of a mohawk and bulging muscles, and you've seen him around Beastbane before. And you know him as Yagnot.
Nice.
And you see what appears to be one of your mother's friends.
He's a squatty boy.
Is a kind of more, regal and sitting across from Yagnot is Nangrin.
This is great.
Is Nengrin a male or female dwarf?
Male.
Ooh,
Okay. They're all gonna have beards.
this is great. This is reminding me of the.
When you enter the room, Yagnot says in a loud, booming voice, "Well, well, well. Looks like the little run's come home, and just in time."
It's good to see you too, Yagnat.
Nangrin says, "It is good to see you again, bro dear."
As is you.
Now, Catharis and Beastbane at the moment are absent from the council. It's fallen to Yagnat and myself to lead the proceedings. So, do you know why we have summoned you, Brondir?
I guess no. I have no idea. I'm just as surprised as you are that I'm even here. So there's a lot of questions to be unanswered.
Aye.
I do hear that Mother is out with elves and Beastbane is got his wish to increase his militia and surely ran wild in the north for a cause I cannot say was needed or not.
Yagnat's gonna say, "For your information, boy, that is a campaign against filthy Malkites to the north in the Badlands that seek to threaten us all."
If that's the case, then they've got the right fighter.
To be honest, I wish I could have gone with him.
Well, we need your fine, sharpened brain here at the table, do we not?
He just gives you a sour look. Nangrin says, "You've been summoned here because, well, we heard you've only recently arrived, and we've also heard tales of you going to different elemental temples around the continent."
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Nice. Yep. Deflect.
Roll deception.
Deception?
Deception.
Yeah.
You're saying that none of what we're hearing about these temples has to do with you.
I'm saying if there's something with a temple, you might need to bring me into the loop so I know what you're talking
He'll turn to Daz and say to him, "Explain it." Okay. So, not too long ago, we started seeing and experiencing strange things, and more increased seismic activity, for one, but also there have been more movement from monsters or creatures in the ways, the underways. And we think they are fleeing something. They are all moving en masse, and they seem to be coming out of the darker and out of the depths of the caves and coming to either to the surface or getting closer and closer to Durin proper. I've been brought here mainly because, well, me and the, well, I guess it's just me now, but Stone Singers, we have been one of the few that have gone and seen the Earth Temple as of late. But according to the mages, the other mages, what we're seeing and feeling is great disturbances in elemental magic emanating from the Earth Temple.
Pause. Just read that. Well, I'm not gonna be able to find it on this. I thought that a hag killed every last dwarf in the Earth Temple and left it for a ruin.
Well, truth be told, it has been abandoned for some time. Even so, we would have, mages and even so we would have mages, check on it periodically. The magic has been stable for some time. Until recently.
Is that these two gentlemen here? And then I wave my hand to
The mages.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna just simply nod their heads.
Again, this is me recalling really folklore from growing up, and you all know how young I am, how little experience I have. But mages, when was the last time you went to the Earth Temple?
Well, we got out of the habit of going to the temple, see. Rather, we simply performed different arcane rituals to detect magic coming in and out of the temple itself.
And I'll look back to Yagna and say, I don't know how this is my problem, other than it's my home, but these two weren't even doing their job.
We are aware of that, and they'll be punished in time. But for now, it's better to have them here.
Give them a chance to redeem themselves. I'm gonna side eye at them, but
Truth be told, Brondir, there's just many after the attacks and after the Earth Temple was left for ruin, there were just no druids that would come. And the dwarves always felt it was not really the responsibility to watch over it as much.
That's right. There was the druids that were killed, not the dwarves. Yeah.
We always monitored it, but only at a distance.
And so these creatures, you say they're running from something, and what direction are they coming from? I guess do our tunnels even connect to the temple? How do you get? I've never been. It's only been something I've heard about.
Daz says the ways to the Earth Temple are normally shut. Unless you're a stone singer. Then you can move the stone and open the way.
And so that's why they've drugged you in here. Then I'm sorry for that.
Yes, well, I guess it's inevitable. Let's see. Nangrin's gonna say, yes, we also sent out Sean Connery. Anyway,
That's fine. He can be Sean Connery.
that's
Yeah,
alright.
I dig it.
We sent out a scouting party deeper into the underways, see, and we were wanting to look at the state of the stone blocks we put up on the tunnels. Whenever they did, only one member of the party came back alive.
And what was it that killed the other members?
He was saying some sort of beast of metal. Something made of iron I've never seen before.
Sounds like it could be similar to the thing we've encountered before.
Yeah, and Marigold, like the portal.
Well, there was that thing that teleported away that got banished that we fought in the
Yeah,
temple.
the thing at that wind temple.
Yep.
Yep, you're right.
I think in Marigold it was a ship that was there.
I just wonder if they're from the similar place.
Could be.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Didn't think about that.
You know, Daz, right before I left, I told you about what I found I found Gearhead and what was left of him, and has that information been investigated any further?
Well, we did. I tried to get, he's gonna look up at the council. I tried to get them to send at least a few scouts into the Gearheads area. But you guys never sent anyone. You have to forgive us. It's on the lower end of our priorities. At this point, Durin is defended by the bare minimum troops.
Which it so happens that a metallic robotic creature is now coming out from a very metallic robotic gear minded place. It could be coincidental. It could be very intentional.
It is possible. That is, but from what you described of the state of it, I mean, there wasn't much left in Gearhead's, artifice and in Gearhead's lab to really be a threat to anyone. I think.
Is Solomon Ignis in here?
He's not. He is. He's already on his journey back. Like he's been going to that. He was escorting Elizabeth And they already
Oh,
know.
he was the one that was escorting her. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there another representative of the church in here?
Mm,
I don't know if they would be. I don't think dwarves really follow that at all.
like there's a small collection of converts, but not many. Not enough to like have like a seat at the council.
All I can say is we all saw what Malcor and Pelor are capable of, and how we are just pawns in their very, very cruel game. If I've learned anything, we are not the first world that they've conquered. And once we are conquered, they'll move on to the next. The disturbances that we're seeing, that I've seen in my travels since being here, all happened suddenly after that conflict, after Pelora's champion was banished. I don't know what I can do about that to help you. If you know of something for me to do, you need to tell me. And trust me. Now look at Yagnat. This young lad was saving your life.
All right. So the little whelp thinks he can go to the Earth Temple then. We want you to go and fix it.
Like I said, I don't know much about temples, but I can go and check it out, see what's happening. If there's anything in there that needs to be rectified. I'm traveling with 3 companions that are much smarter than me in this area. I'm but an axe.
Nice.
What a powerful axe you are. Very well. Well, in order for you to get there, Daz will have to accompany.
Would most appreciate that.
Daz simply, smiles and nods.
All right, so disturbance is here. Catherine's gone. Beastbane gone. Do you need me for anything else? Calling a council meeting's not a small feat.
I guess I just wanted to confirm that from what your mother has told me, and she has her way of keeping an eye on you, it sounds as if you have been active in different temples so far, you and your companions.
All I can say is I'm trying to stay out of trouble. I'm obviously not wanted here, and so it wasn't my choice to come back. But I will say the Earth Temple was my destination. Can't say it was for this reason, but for whatever it's worth, this is still my home. Whether you choose to hold me or not, it'll still be.
Well, with that, Brondir, Daz, you are dismissed from this meeting.
I'm going to, I guess, get up and I'll look to the mages and be like, so how are you going to help in this?
Well, We've been monitoring the Earth Temple and the magic there, and we believe that, well, the situation has grown increasingly unstable, and believe that within maybe a day or two, there could be a massive, cataclysmic release of magical energy.
Well, then, I think we all know your job needs to be to protect the city, in whatever means possible. Seal off any port wall, crevice you can. If I don't make it back, then we'll know what happened.
We will all do what we can.
Yeah. So, so I'm gonna walk out. And does
Okay.
Daz walk with me?
Yes, he does.
Cool. I put my hand on the back of the shoulder and we walk out together.
Mm-hmm.
At which point, as soon as we get out of earshot, we need to talk.
You got that right. Let's go have a beer. Let's go have some ale.
Let's do it in private.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. And so we're walking by the tavern. I'm gonna peek in and see if the crew's there, because that's really where they told me they were going to be.
I think at that point you would see a Felian. I guess Gerbo would be trying to go back to that. Would Gerbo be going to the alchemical shop?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So
Would I be crossing paths with them, like in the large rotunda of this place?
yeah, I think you would. You'd be going almost opposite directions.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess I see Gerbo and Aphelion emerging from the staircase that goes down to the armory or the blacksmithery.
Right.
And Aphelion is hustling Gerbo, and Gerbo is slam drunk.
Yeah,
He's sober now.
Well, Chella.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, she actually used the spell to heal him.
Okay,
Heal him sober.
gotcha. Off to the barn.
Well, it seems like Chella needs me for something, but
Chella grimaces and bares her fangs at that.
and I kind of raise my eyebrows and say, "We'll meet you in a moment."
Chella doesn't need anyone for anything. I'm
I
curious.
don't. Usually that's true. I might have soured the ale with one of your friendly city salesmen in the alchemical quarter, and I'll find myself needing Gerbo's help. Can wait. Where are you headed? Who is this?
Wait, which alchemist did you piss off?
Very ugly, mean, and unimportant female dwarf of no significance.
Okay, so this isn't going to work. Point at which shop you're about to go into.
Then Chella points in the general direction of the alchemical shop.
Well, send Aunt Stymie my regards, and I look to Gerbo. You do what you need to do.
Stymie.
And Stein.
Nice.
Nice.
Literally, Aunt. I guess I don't know. Just make shit up. But
Sure. That's good. I accept
trying to make Chella's stomach drop that was his aunt that he insulted or something.
Right.
Oh my god. She just grimaces again. She is actually abashed and that's not something that's easily accomplished. Says it really can wait. It's not well, it can wait. It's not that important. Where are you headed anyway, Brondir? Who is this?
This is Daz, longtime best friend. He's going to be joining us in our campaign to the Earth Temple.
It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Daz is a stone singer. You've heard me talk about that in the past. That's really the only way to get to the Earth Temple. So it's fortuitous that.
By the way, Chella, right?
Depends.
How did you piss off Aunt Stymie? She's a pretty likable shopkeeper. What'd you do?
I'd rather not say. I'm sure you could go ask her if you really wanted to know. Quite embarrassing. Don't mean to do it again.
She hasn't been mad at anyone. I literally broke her most expensive potion, and she was never mad at me.
Yes, well, it really didn't have much to do with any of her wares.
Daz, remember that one time where we drank the potion of larger being, and we both grew to 15 foot tall? That thing
Oh
cost
yeah, that
2,000
was
gold.
that was
Oh
amazing.
man, Jen, she just laughed
Oh,
it
that
off.
was such a fun afternoon.
Yeah, that's how we made that fort up on top of the mountain.
That's right. That's how we did it.
Man, but yeah, we got a hand swatting, but she made us cookies after.
Oh yeah. I mean, there was that other time I was in her shop and I was trying to, practice my my chanting, and I hit the right pitch, and some of her glasses shattered. I don't know.
And she worked for weeks to blow those glasses on her own.
She did. She did.
Man, it's
I feel
well,
Chella's internally feeling like the worst person in the world.
man, just lighten up, Chella, and then Daz, you ready? And we're gonna walk off.
All right.
Chella looks at Gerbo and says, I cannot go back with you. Do you have the list? Do you remember all the things I told you?
I think we can manage.
Thanks.
No.
Can't hold this against me forever. You can't hold it over me forever.
So we walk towards.
I'm gonna turn around and go with here. I'm not going anywhere near the shop.
Okay. So I walk towards the shop. You've pointed it to me.
Yes.
And you're gonna send me. Chella's gonna. I can just see on your list here.
Yeah.
What you need.
Well, actually, she can't read or write. So
just verbaled it to him. So
okay, so you would
Yeah,
have to
just
make an
jot it
intelligence check to make sure you remember it.
He could jot it down.
He didn't make an ed.
Oh,
I need to
he
make
could
an-
jot it down. That's a good idea. You're right. He would do that.
Right, I jotted it down.
Okay. That's fine.
So
I just thought it'd be funny
The
if it was an intelligence check and it was really low.
he can't remember what she needs and buys the wrong stuff. Yeah. That would
I yell out to Daz, say, "Hey Daz,
Yeah, little man, little gnome.
when was the last time you were in this shop?"
Oh gosh, probably.
Yesterday?
I mean, to be honest with you, I've been pretty busy lately, so I haven't swung around as often. But yeah, probably been about 3 or 4 weeks.
What do you usually buy when you're in there?
Oh, I don't normally buy anything. I just chew the fat with Aunt Stymie.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
Gerbil now shops for fat. Chewing fat.
One last thing. You cannot mention that you know me or that you're with me. It really was very bad, and I'm very embarrassed, and she will turn you out too. So just please don't mention me at all.
It's amazing.
So I walk towards the shop then.
What does Chella do?
Goes with Brondir and Daz in whichever
Okay.
direction.
So, Brondir, it's the same. The shop is a little You can tell that Aunt Stymie, the dwarf potion seller, she's kind
For the
of
Chargers right now, they don't deserve to be in a.
she's clearly looking bored
course,
before you
he
walked
goes-
in. She says, oh, good. Hello, sir. Master Gnome. What can I help
Before
you?
before I walk in, I put on the hat of disguise.
No, he remembered. Oh, did you hear me and Brett
And
talking about it? Oh, I was like,
um,
Gerbo still has a hat, and I'm not going to remind him.
yeah,
Well, too late.
I have the hat of disguise, and I am disguising as Daz.
Oh.
Oh.
So
my
here's my
God.
question: so with this disguise, does it have any recognizable? Like, does something stay the same? Or does it completely just like full on? You can be
It
whatever.
just says, this is
Like
what I have
most.
here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Use a spell of disguise self, which I'll also put in here.
Sometimes like it doesn't change your height or things like that.
Disguise self, you can change your height by 2 feet.
Oh, so that would be enough to be Daz. Because it has like has to have some kind of limitation on it. So I think that's what it was. But yeah, you could for sure be Daz with that because you're, I think, 2.5 and I'm like 4 or something like that.
Yeah. I'm like 3 feet tall.
Okay. Yeah. Funny.
Okay. So I walk in, and this lady's name is Aunt what?
Stymie.
Aunt Stymie.
Couldn't
Okay.
think of her name.
It's fine.
I couldn't. I
I'm
wish
into it.
Justin McElroy was here because he would just make the best name out of the
I
air.
know.
Ah, she's so good.
Okay, so I open the door, and I wait for her to say something.
Oh, hey, I haven't seen you in a bit, Daz. How you doing?
Well, I'm well. Aunt Stymie, I had to come in here because you wouldn't believe the person I just met. And she seemed, I'm at a loss for words. She had mentioned that she was in here and how rude you were to her, and I said, there is no way. What happened? Oh, some very rudish, dark creature of a being.
Wait. Dark? Brooding? Tall?
Fangs?
Don't believe any of that witch's lies.
I could not believe the things she was saying about you.
How'd you run into her?
I was walking down the street and I had run into, would you believe it, that Brondier is back?
Hi, oh, is he now? Oh, I haven't heard.
I ran into him and we were talking, and all of a sudden she runs into me. We're just talking and she bumps shoulders, and I apologize politely, where I'm a nice person, and all of a sudden she looks at me and shows her fangs, and she says, "Oh, all of you dwarves are the same." And then she spewed off some sort of racist comments. Could you believe that? And
I can believe it.
she
I can
mentioned
believe
something
it.
about potions and the rage.
Yeah. Well, all I know is I'll never let her set foot in my shop again.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to, Daz?
Well, we just left a double top secret meeting, and we're let's just say we're probably gonna be gone for a few days. Saving the world and stuff.
Hey, I need you to roll deception.
That's fine. I could do that.
Verbo as Daz. +7.
Secret meeting? Oh, the council?
Yeah, you know how it goes.
They've been more and more secretive as of late. I haven't said anything about the earthquakes. I don't understand it. Why
They're
haven't they
very
made any kind of announcement?
very weird. I know. I think between you and I, we're gonna go investigate it.
Okay.
So one dear, he said he had to go and he had to do something, meet up with someone at the tavern. And he asked that I come in here and grab a few things for him. Is that okay? I know I don't usually. I usually just come in here and we cut the fat and we just kind of talk. But figure I guess I'd give you some business every once in a while.
Is this
Around here,
another pity buy of yours, Daz? I won't take it if you're just here to buy something out of pity.
No. Truly, Brondier. Who wants it? He gave me a list. I've got a list here from him himself.
Okay.
And
So instead of the
it's written in common, by the way. I feel like that's the only way I would be able to.
you don't speak dwarf.
I don't speak
Oh,
dwarf.
no. But don't you write in Elven? Oh, that'd be so fun. If you pull out your list and it's written in Elvish.
She's like, I
No, I've got languages of Common, Elvish, Gnomish, and
Oh,
Thieves'
that'd be so funny if you slapped it down
that would
and
have
you
been
forgot.
such a disaster.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Would have been such a disaster.
That'd
But I
be
have
such
it
a
written in
weird
common.
character if you didn't know common at all.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, like you can know it but not write it. You
I
can
guess
speak
that's true.
Just gave you those
So,
out if she knows what they do, like how they can be.
like Shella knows common but can't write it. So
not true. So,
So I give her basically the first 5 things on here are on the list.
And the number is like the price for that item, the standard price based on its rarity. So that's not necessarily written down. Like probably just the names of the stuff are written down, and Chella gave him an idea of how much they should cost.
okay. All right. So that'd be 30, 35, 40. All right, so she's going to take your list. She's going to go and gather up everything on the list and present it to you.
Mhm.
She's got it all.
And as she's doing that, I look at her and I say, Stymie, what in the world could he need these for?
Ella. Can't say I've seen much in the way of blood. Has Brondir lately taken up interest in alchemy?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, and I know he's traveling with people, but I don't know.
Ah, maybe he's buying for a friend. Well,
And so, what does she hand me?
so I'll just say that She couldn't come up with any puffy ink cap.
Okay.
But she was able to come up with the hemlock, bloodroot, the poria lichen, and the calendula. So that'll
Okay.
be 35 gold, right? Or
5.
30. What?
35 or this looks like it's 40 total.
Well,
Unless
right.
it's
So I put 40 down, and so I put 40 down on the table.
Yeah.
Then I pull out I pull out 1 extra and I put it next to it. I say, I don't usually spend money in here. Might as well just buy something nice with this one.
Oh, well, thank you.
One last thing. He had a question about something called a vrock.
A what?
Vrock? Have you? He just said vrock. 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 Feather. Is it a feather? The vrock. Is that an animal? Is that a bird?
Let me roll for her. Wait, a rock feather? How'd you get a hold of one of those? That's exceptionally rare.
I don't know. I don't even know if he has one. He said to ask you what you knew because he trusted you so much.
Rock feathers. Of course, she crit on this.
Really?
Now, rock feathers are exceptionally come from animals or birds in particular that align themselves with elemental properties. They seem to have a great potency in absorbing different magical elements.
Okay. Wow. Hey.
Now, depending on
Have you ever seen this before?
I've only heard of it, read about it.
Well, I think that's all. I mean, that's all that I have. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and I'm gonna deliver these things, and then I'm gonna see if he has a minute to come by and thank you and say hello before he leaves.
Okay, all right, Daz. Try not to get into too much trouble.
Okay, that sounds good. And I start singing to try and and I start looking around to see if any of the glasses are breaking. And I look at her and I say, see that? Did you see? Did that one almost break?
I have to say that is not the right chat. That's not the right tone.
Okay, well, next time, next time.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't try that in my store again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're. It's risky. You're right. Very risky. And then I walk out. I walk out the door.
Good job at the callback.
Yeah.
So, by the way, I kind of I'm going to take my own spin on that. I would like to. I know I only asked about one of the things that Chella wanted to ask about, but I want to roll to be able to relay all of that information to her correctly.
Okay.
About that.
That would be
Makes sense.
Probably just intelligence, I think.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. Intelligence.
Yeah.
Well, lucky duck. We got a good score. I critted.
Well, you
sweet.
So you relay the
I'm
information.
going for the chaotic nature of it. I was wanting to crit fail, and and I go back to Chella, and I'd be like, I'm a bird. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
What did you learn about the feather? I'm a bird.
It's from a bird.
From a bird.
So I still have the hat of disguise on, and I walk in the tavern.
As Daz.
Daz, correct.
Okay. And who else is in the tavern? Is Brondir and Daz in the tavern now?
No, we went up to a private place. So I was going to take us up to
Gotcha.
either our quarters or like a place where only noble go, or like
Okay.
a country club esque type thing. So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
that'd be a better spot. Like rather than go back to quarters, but go to a more subdued thing where
Yeah. I'd say that there are like locales where, like say in Cathrus's estate, in your home, there is like kind of a more secluded area that's kind of meant for like a more private audiences.
yeah.
Kind of chiseled into the wall, kind of a nice lounge area where you can kind of see yourself off.
Yeah, that'd be good. And I guess halfway up, I noticed that Aphelion, or not Aphelion, Chella's following us. She decided to follow us or come with us.
Yeah.
Chella, how close are you walking to us? Like-
Walking a little ways behind.
Yeah.
Not
So,
in the
like,
mood to convert.
So I guess as we're going up, just kind of doing chit chat with Daz, but
Mm-hmm.
saying, Aphelion, you can join our conversation. You know just as much or more about all of this going on than we do.
Did you mean Chella?
Yeah, sorry. Did I keep saying Aphelion?
Yeah.
Did we grab
Sorry.
Aphelion? We said that Brondir would have passed by you in the tavern. Did you retcon
I
that?
was just checking in. No, I just wanted to see where everybody was. I was
Okay.
expecting to see y'all all in there kind of being jolly at the table and just walk by and not worry about it. But
Right.
I guess I saw Aphelion observing everyone else.
And drinking. Probably
And
just
yeah.
drinking continuously.
having some green leaves sprout from her head and hair.
Actually, I want Aphelion to roll a con save.
Been in there
I
a
think
while.
she's gonna keep drinking until she fails a con save, so I don't know if it matters.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say she's drunk now.
It didn't take long.
No.
Green and good.
We're on a mission.
So I guess it's just Aphelion. Are you what? Brett, what's Aphelion do? She's just
Yeah,
chill.
let's talk to her.
Just de-stressing, basically. Eating and drinking a lot.
Okay.
Are you interacting with anybody?
Not unless anyone talks to her first.
Form.
I'll love that about Aphelion's character.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess when Brondir says that about like Chella being part of the conversation, she says, "Sounds like Daz is up to speed about what we think's going on with the elemental temples. Like he already knows."
We'll talk about it inside.
Oh, did I say something?
Not yet.
Outlanders are
All
such
right,
strange
come on,
folk, always
come on.
hiding, keeping secrets, and
All right, well let's just get to this secluded place. You can tell me all you like. Come on.
Cool. So go in, pour us some sunshine. Get that
Yes.
stuff away. And I'll sit down and good to see you, Daz. Glad to see you're healthy. Love the new tattoo additions. And then Chella, you have a drink in front of you too. I don't know if you're holding it up, but we're gonna get to the bottom of this. And I couldn't ask for someone better to come along with me.
Chella.
It's good
Gerbo
to
walks
work
in the
with you
room
again.
Is it? Chella will cheers them.
Yeah, Gerbo walks in the room as Daz.
Wait, you followed us and you walked into. I thought you walked into the tavern.
Yeah.
Well, I saw that they went back into the back room.
Oh
Well, we didn't go to. Did we go to the back room in the tavern?
no.
We are at Brondir's residence now.
Yeah, we're at.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Apologies. I went into the tavern dressed as Daz, so I must have missed them. Never mind.
Gotcha.
All good.
Chella rolls an Arcana check, looking at Daz's tattoos to see if that is like a druidic script. Are those any kind of recognizable rune?
It is not recognizable to you. This is a different school of magic entirely. It is like what little you know is that it is a specifically dwarvish runic styling.
I'll say I'm not familiar with the type of descriptions you bear, but I hope that they are powerful enough to stand up to what we may encounter at the temple. Quite an uphill battle since the last time we were in Durin. Don't suspect this time's going to be any easier.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if it'd be wise for me to be in the front lines necessarily, but I could definitely be of assistance.
Well, it kind of
I can
looks
get you in the front door. I'm not sure.
looks at Brondir confused, like he's coming with us to fight.
Said he was joining our campaign to the Earth Temple.
Yes. My school of magic is the way to get in.
See, that'll be just as important.
So about the secret. Apparently, no one around here knows what's going on. I am not sure what reason, but I'm not going to be the one to reveal it. The council brought me in. Daz was there. Spoke with two mages, two dwarves, long known in this culture, that are sitting in for my mother and for Beastbane. And they pried suspected that I had some involvement with the other temples. I didn't really know what they were getting after. And at this point, Daz, I guess, doesn't know either. But it's true, Daz. Aphelion, Chella, Gerbo, and I have closed off two of these temples, fighting off elemental creatures. And it's been a total nightmare. There's so much that we've learned and so many questions I have, so many things I need to know what happened here. But for the time being, there's two left after this. Oh, there's two left as of late that we know of: the Earth Temple and the Temple of Fire, where, strangely enough, there may be Yuan Ti, may not. So, Daz, let me ask you this: do you ever remember learning about the Dagger of Worlds?
I do. Yeah, it was some kind of old artifact. Had a bunch of stories about it.
Yeah,
It's been lost to time.
yeah, that's kind of what I knew. And well, we went to Elfland. I can't remember what that's called. Amakara.
Elfland. Emakir.
Amakara. Spoke to some very high intelligence people, and they said it was thought to last be wielded by Yuan Ti, that wasn't able to actually activate its powers. Not long after that, we travel south and find out that there's an island of snakes now has a disease infesting a nearby village of Retria, 2,000 people. And with all of this in these portals, we've seen first, I told you of the skull with flames.
You did.
I don't know. I don't think this is between Malcor and Pelora anymore. I think this is much, much bigger. You've only had your forge for maybe 3 months. Has it been that long? I saw them down there working. They're doing their best what they have. They're teaching them well, but we can't afford to lose you. We're going to need every single ounce that we have to whatever this is.
Right. Well, I am willing. If it comes to that, I am willing, you know.
Oh, I know. I know. You always have been. You nearly died once. It's Chella, is there anything that you could inform Daz on with your aunt, with its relation to the Badlands?
Yes. I'm afraid things only get more complicated. Each druidic sect has a different force of nature. Our sects, our circles, serve the forces of life and death that govern the realm. Each temple is dedicated to a more concrete force of nature. My aunt, being leader of our circles, informs me that she and the forces, including the Eladrin and now I believe some of the elves from Amakira, are after the Badlands campaign and fighting against the stranger, the outsider, with the face of flames that Brondia mentioned, and also the hag who killed all of the druids within the stone temple.
See,
I have a hard time keeping up myself with all of the parties involved, but I think that we'll find that everyone in this world will be caught up in some way or another in the chaos.
Some
I want
things
to know.
Yes, go ahead.
To know is temples we've been to, druids have still been there, just under the influence of corrupted forces. It's empty, and yet there are still things coming out. You know exactly what we're up against if it's not corrupted druids. Do we have any idea what we'll be facing while there?
well, it shouldn't be possible for anything to be there unless it's coming through the temple itself. Like what I'm saying is that the ways in should be shut.
But with the Dagger of Worlds, isn't that the point of the tool? Could there be someone out there who's actually wielding it?
Possible, but I don't know enough about it. It's just everything that I know of. No monsters, no person should be able to get in unless they can do what I do.
The problem with these temples, there's been a portal to a different world and plenty of things coming through it, just beyond it. We wait, other things waiting for us when we get there.
And they may not be from this plane.
Well, there was the metal beast they mentioned before. Lone survivor.
And I'm not sure if that came from Gearhead. I couldn't be for certain, but we saw the outsider there
Right.
in his memory.
So it's the outsider. Probably has these steel iron beasts, whatever you want to call them.
It
Like I
could be.
said, it's just be hard to imagine the Dagger of Worlds. I mean, it could get in, but that thing's been lost for millennia now.
We did see. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know how soon we can go. It really seems to be of the essence.
Well, if the mages are correct in their estimations, we've got a few days, maybe, for a real earthquake.
Yeah, the mages predict the city to completely collapse from an earthquake, and so they will stay here. The mages that have been periodically checking on any disturbances at the Earth Temple, they'll stay here and try to keep the city at least out of ruin. But time is of the essence, absolutely.
I say we maybe rest up a few hours, then head out.
I think that's good. But do we know anything of Elizabeth? If she's made it to Palan, is there any way to find out?
Well, you ask about that. I've heard a little bit. And from what I've heard, it sounds like Palan's become a real shit show.
How so?
Well, you have a lot of folks coming in from across the sea that's trying to flee from a war. And on the other side of it, you've got folks on the countryside going crazy.
Crazy.
Whole villages are burning.
Like what is burning the villages though? Are they going crazy and burning their own villages, or
I think it's a group of people traveling. I I wouldn't be surprised if Elizabeth was involved in it somehow.
and where are the Justikar in all of this?
I don't know.
Look, if Palan is readying her new champion, Malcor either already has his or is working towards it. That could be the outsider, that could be whatever's happening in the Badlands, it could be something that hasn't happened yet. I don't know. That's something that needs to be found out as well. Because if it is intertwined, then at least we know about it. But if it isn't, these temples need to be very, very forefront of what we're doing.
I wish I could tell you more, but I really don't have all the answers.
Well, no, I didn't expect you to. Just, she left from here and didn't know if it was worth it come back. You've been a little bit more grounded than I have.
Right. I have to tell you, getting everything back and running again with Stone Singers, teaching folks, it's taking up a lot of my time, and
For sure.
most of
Man.
everything I hear is hearsay.
Right.
All I know for certain is that some of the villages in Palan have been burned to the ground. Some folks say it's some sort of, roving band, or others are saying that it might be a procession to the capital. I don't know.
It could be something totally unrelated to all of this. I spent
It
so
could
many
just be
years down
random
there.
fires started. I don't know.
There's there's humans are like that, we'll say.
Aye, that can be crazy. I know it. I
Um,
dabble in things that not many people should, if you ask me.
right. Well, with that said, I'll walk you back to uh, your room um, and round up Phalian. I'll go Chellum from the bar. Chella, you can stay here. You can come with. It's totally up to you. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
I believe I'll turn in for the night. Before I do, she gets a little bit red in the face. I want to say, in case, well, next time you talk to Aunt Stymie, I'm upset about what happened. Called her something that I didn't know was offensive, and I shouldn't have.
Chella,
He
I
used to
know
be very
you. I know you, even though you don't want me to or think I do. It's going to be okay.
That's
Chella
right. I'm
just
sure it'll blow over in time. All right.
Just used to be very small for me, and you all are very strange, and I don't understand any of you. And
And that's
maybe
why she didn't like you. So with that, you might need to turn in.
Chella just nods and finishes off her beer and stands and goes.
um, so like on the way back, I do want to tell um, Daz about um, Nadia. And
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to roleplay it or not, but it's just essentially, well, I don't know. I guess he wouldn't know of her because I was gone for that entire time. He wouldn't have known.
Yeah, he wouldn't have known. You'd have to tell her. I mean, you'd have to tell him completely afresh on that.
Um, yeah, so we'll say it's like all happy-go-lucky stuff all the way up to it, and then I get to the door and say, um, I'm gonna need you to do me a favor before we leave. As you know, I'm not very connected around here anymore.
Right.
And my mother apparently has some way to track me. I'm not sure how. And it's
Well,
probably
she's good at magic. I
so
don't know what
on.
to tell you on that.
But when I was away, um, in short, we'll have plenty of time to catch up on this on the road. But uh, found someone, and
Oh.
it turns out we weren't meant to be by law. Um,
Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to tell me a little more about that in the future.
the thing I need you to look out for is at least if there's been anyone new move in the last few years.
Okay.
Really, I don't have any appearance other than she's a dwarf and she may be wielding a bountiful sword. But other than that, she won't know me. Long story, but just if there's any word on that, then that might be something that we can find out more about when we return.
I
But
see.
I'll need you to find someone to um, uh, really make sure that they have their eyes and ears on the ground.
All right. I'll see what I can do when we get back.
Oh, and I can't believe I forgot it, but back at the room, I have a large uh, giant's scale that I've been meaning to have turned into a shield for the last month and a half. Could not figure out how to send it here. Thankfully, we were teleported several hundred miles away, and that made it a lot easier. So I might drop that off in the morning as well.
Oh, like a giant scale, like from a beast.
Right. It is a giant scale, and in my perspective, but it's also from a giant. So
Oh, yeah. There's another story you're gonna have to tell me.
there's plenty to catch up on. But, all right.
Well, good night. All right. So, are you guys heading back to the tavern? Rounding up the gang.
Yeah, I'm now walking back to the tavern to pick up Aphelion from where I found her. I'm assuming Gerbo's there. Actually, I'll drop in by Aunt Stymie's if she's like just closing up or she's open.
Okay.
Round 3 of this lady.
The only
There's been
That's how it
so much
happens.
character development for this random NPC.
I love it so much.
So
It's
good.
pretty excellent.
Anyway, Aunt Stymie. So Aunt Stymie is there.
You're going by the place before you come to the tavern, right?
yes, yeah, because it's in the area, right? So it's just like
Yeah. Yep. It's good.
look who it
It's
is.
good.
Oh dear. And she's actually like about to like close the shop at this point.
Oh, you wouldn't lock me out, would you?
No, come in. It's been so long. You know, I just saw Daz earlier.
Yeah, he just said he hadn't seen you in 2 or 3 months.
I just saw him just now.
Oh my gosh.
Ah, I just walked Daz back to his room. We were just at my mother's, having some.
Well, I mean, he left about an hour or two ago. It's fine.
What was Daz wearing?
I mean, lately he's been going around shirtless with those runes on.
I mean, was he
Kind of
wearing
weird, but all right.
was he wearing a hat?
I'm gonna roll for her. Yeah, now that you mention it, I think he was sporting a hat.
Oh, so yeah, I think I do remember Daz slipping by. What was it that? Well, he didn't tell me exactly why he was coming by, though.
Oh, wait. Oh. That's weird, because he said he was buying stuff that you made a list for him to buy.
Oh, he did.
Hey, that's right. Have you taken up alchemy?
Have I taken up what?
Alchemy.
Auntie, you have met me, right?
Well, yes, but you wanted calendula, you wanted puffy inkcap, hemlock, bloodroot. It's not just anybody would want these items, or ingredients. It's clearly alchemical purposes.
Right. Oh, yes. I've been dabbling in alchemy just a little bit. It's in a
Lies.
it's in a alchemy for humans book. It's because humans are dummies.
Yes, right.
So
Great.
yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's just been a long day. Yeah, and so did he say anything else?
Oh, I mean, not that I can think of, really. It's important.
I will be sure to tell Daz thank you for running that errand for me.
Yes, of course. I thought he sent you off for that. I thought you sent him for it.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's just it's been so long.
No one does. Yeah, sometimes you may just forget about it and not do it. So,
Well,
yes.
I will tell you that I learned of a very suspicious, dark, brooding tall.
Her again?
Again,
Yeah, Daz was talking about her too. She was
was
a
he?
real piece of work.
I didn't realize Dad had met Chell.
I bet yes, apparently so.
Ah,
Evidently, she bumped into you two, while you were walking and talking.
now that you say it. Well, I will say, Auntie, I'm here, first of all, to send you all the love.
Of course.
Second of all, to apologize for that brooding dark figure. She is a friend, and is what she is lacking in personality, she makes up for with fight. And if anyone can appreciate a good fight, I know it's. I'm not asking you to forgive her, but or really even to sell her anything. But just know that I've got it taken care of. And
So,
she already feels as bad.
I
You
tell you what, she wasn't
that's a
acting
number
very
one.
guilty when she walked out of my shop. I'll tell you that much.
I know, don't poke. And I told her all the things that Daz and I have done to your shop, and you never ever raised your voice. So
Right.
all I know is hearsay, but
I
what
will.
I
I will admit. I will admit, for you and Daz, your dear mother did help compensate me for some of those repair costs, but that's another story for another time. Anyway,
good on Cathris. Yes. So basically, I come in for a hug. Just a,
yep, she'll
you
come
know,
in and give you a good
yes,
old beer hug.
I love you, but I'm also curious if you have any more cookies.
Two cookies.
I don't know. It's just like there was that one time where she made cookies for me and Daz after we broke shit. That
You know, hold on a minute, and
okay,
she's gonna go
okay.
to the back room, and she's gonna, and yeah, she actually baked. Looks like she baked some cookies.
That's my auntie. All right, these will go great with ale. It always does.
Yeah, it does.
Great. Have a good night. I'll try to see you in the morning before I head out.
Oh yes, yes. It was so good to see you.
You as well. I'm gonna go out. And walked just a few feet over to the bar and look in, and what do I see?
You see Daz wearing a hat, drinking and dancing around the bar, and you also see Aphelion, who is still, I assume, brooding and drinking in the corner.
I'm going to try to slip in and go and sit by Aphelion.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say, how long has he been doing this?
A while.
Has he done anything to? Oh gosh, like impart Taz's character.
So, Gerbo, what are you doing in the tavern? What have you been doing specifically?
I have been. So I bought a round of drinks for the bar, for
Okay.
the whole tavern.
I'm sure people were surprised by that, but okay.
So how much is a round of drinks for everyone?
Oh man, that's like
It's a dwarven tavern. It is
that's a
packed at every
dwarven
hour of the
tavern. That's
day.
like easily 75 to 100 gold.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Okay, so I'll remove 75 gold. How's that?
Oh no,
Get it
100.
rain.
So I buy a round for everyone.
As Daz.
With Daz.
Okay.
And I drink I drink a lot of ale.
Good.
Okay.
I'm not even gonna make you roll a con save. Like
Oh, I did.
you
No,
did.
I went ahead. I went ahead and rolled one. I rolled a 15 though, so it's
Roll
decent.
5 and take the lowest of the 5.
You're saying that you drank a lot, which would imply to me that the DC save needs to be a bit higher than 15.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm gonna say that you are drunk.
Okay.
Very intoxicated. All right, what else
Alrighty.
are you doing?
I'm dancing, and
Roll performance.
is there a particular
Nice.
is there a particular type of like dwarven dance that's like very popular?
I imagine it like the Russian dancers with
Yes.
like the big hat who like squat down and
Uh-huh.
kick and
Yes.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We can do that.
I
So
like
I'm
that.
doing that. I'm doing that, and then I pause, and I throw out my hands really high in the air, and I say, everyone, hold on. We have Brondir is here. Everyone, Brondir is here, and he has the dance moves that are better than mine. Everyone, give Brondir a round of applause.
The crowd goes wild.
That's what happened to your accent.
And then
But-
I slip.
Well, Drew doesn't. Well, what is my reputation in Durin, though?
Let me think.
I don't know that it would go wild because I'm a folk hero everybody but Durin.
That's true. That's true.
Everywhere but Durin.
Like,
Which would just make this even more.
like I feel like the crowd would kind of like some of the drunker ones would like still be like, yeah, just because they're drunk out of their minds. But I think others more sober will kind of look and say, "What? Here's here. What's he doing?"
I back
And
away.
then there'd be like
and
kind of quiet whispering, and some would say like, call the Brondy and say, "Why have you decided to come back? Didn't you leave us?"
I'm going to stare across at Gerbo because this is something he should have known.
I'm slowly backing away, like I'm backing like towards like a back room or something.
Oh, no, Daz, come here. And I'm gonna like have my arm around Daz, who is now incredibly drunk, and I'm essentially, I guess, holding his body weight against me. Everyone, you know that you can think what you want to think, but in the morning we're going to investigate the earthquakes. I may not mean anything to you, but you all mean everything to me. And with that, and I'm going to pull the hat off of Gerbo.
I try and prevent that though.
That's like a strength contest.
This is a strength contest. Roll with disadvantage since you're drunk.
Okay, I can do that.
Which is funny because all of my strength contests are with advantage.
Perfect.
Oh,
I crit failed.
Of course you crit fail.
I crit failed. Oh,
Welcome-
that's so good.
welcome to the club.
No, it's absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect.
There it is.
Wow.
I just like pop it off his hat, and a Gerbo appears.
That's right. A Gerbo appears. And everyone's kind of looking at him confused. There are still some drunk people that are cheering even to that.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna put the hat like in my back pocket and be like, Gerbil, it's time we go back to the room. And
But they love me. They all love it. They love Daz, who paid for everything.
Gerbo, you can still appreciate Gerbo and his generosity with coin, but for now, just know that Daz has a little bit more respect than that. If he
As
looks,
you guys are talking and saying this stuff, the door of the tavern's gonna swing open, and you're gonna see a drunk. The Gerbo, you're gonna see the blacksmith you encountered earlier, except now he's drunk and raging.
And I failed my constitution saving throw, so I look at Brondir and I say, Iron Belly is here, everyone!
oh my God, what did you do?
Dorn,
What did you do?
gnome.
I made a friend, Brondir, earlier. Earlier, he sold me this new I sold him my great sword, the big one, the big one, and he gave me this and gave me a bunch of very nice, very nice.
Conger is now like rapidly approaching your table, Gerbo, with rage, drunken rage. You put a spell on me, you little twerp!
I'm going to step aside to let him walk right towards him. Did he now? Gerbo, you've been busy. I heard you went and saw Aunt Stymie.
No.
Iron Belly, give him the special.
The whole city all day. It's such a mess.
No.
So, okay, let me
You
get this
sold
straight.
me this. We have a deal, and you sold me this in outright. You
Roll
sold
initiative.
it. You
Iron
sold
Belly
it
is going to
outright.
grab you. Like you are, like he is going to grab you with his hand. So make another strength save, and again you have disadvantage, but so does he.
This is a strength save.
Yes.
I look at Brondir and I say, "You know what's going to happen if I die."
Trust me, he doesn't kill his enemies.
Oh.
Oh, that's
Oh my
funny.
gosh. Everyone's just made.
Yeah, that's funny. What did you?
You did
So
roll
what
your
did you want me to do?
Strength.
Strength save.
He's grabbing me, right?
Yes.
Okay, I cast Misty Step, and I disappear.
But where do you go?
To the outside, out back behind the tavern or something like that.
Okay.
30 feet. So wherever I can
Hold
go
on.
30 feet away. Like, is it just beyond the wall 30 feet away?
Listen. You're casting Misty Step while you're drunk.
Okay. So no, I like this. I like this a lot. This is very chaotic. I'm a big fan of this. So
That's right.
So what I would like to do is I'd like to roll. I'd like to. We think of 4 places that I could go, and then I roll a 4-sided die.
Yes. So
Okay,
the 4
yeah, I
places
like
I've
this
got
a lot.
in mind. The 4 places I've got in mind are 1, your intended place, so like right outside the tavern bar, right? Like right outside.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Second one would be right behind the bar.
Yes.
Or the bar back.
Third one would be the bar bathroom.
Yes. I like it.
And the fourth one is that you're just gonna Misty Step away, like
In Aunt Stymie's shop.
Into the air.
No. It's gonna be right behind Iron Belly.
Yep. Okay.
Alright, so
Because it
don't roll
says
a 4.
up to 30 feet, so it doesn't have to be exactly 30 feet. Okay. Yeah, I'm into that idea. So we'll go in that order. So outside, behind the bar, bathroom, or just behind him.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like this a lot. So
D4.
I'm rolling a D4. And I rolled a 4. I
Oh,
can confirm.
Behind.
Yeah, I have a
He's
4.
got a 4.
I did it on my screen. I should have done it on this one in here, but yeah, I rolled it.
I believe
rolled.
you because that's the worst outcome.
Yeah,
Basically.
yeah. I mean, it's terrible.
Oh
but,
my
like,
God, that's so funny though. Like I'm sitting here looking, and then he has you by the collar, and you're just like, and you're just laying right behind him, and I'm just watching at this point, and so he's all like in disbelief of what just happened in his hand. Oh gosh.
He's gonna stand up, look around, and immediately spot you behind him, Gerbo. And he's gonna try and grab you again. What do you do?
I prepare an action to trip Gerbo if he runs away.
well. So now I'm behind him, so he doesn't just immediately turn around, right? He like
Right.
Right.
I do have at least a half a second there.
Okay, fair point. You
Right?
have like half a second to respond.
Okay.
Ah!
I failed my acrobatics.
What is tonight? What is happening?
Well, okay, you were rolling acrobatics.
I freaking love that it happened though.
You were gonna
Okay,
jump
what
on
were you
his
trying to do with acrobatics?
He was gonna jump on his back. You gonna jump on his back? What were you gonna do?
Oh god. No. I was gonna leap away. I was gonna leap away. Literally jump into the crowd. Jump and roll into the crowd.
You just belly flop.
Yeah, instead what happens is you're gonna jump, but you're just gonna end up hitting a table. Back into a table. Face
Forget how
plant.
short you are now. You're still used to.
I'm gonna say you're gonna take 4 points of damage because of that. Just face planting.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Wow.
And the noise alerts Iron Belly and he looks in your direction and spots you again.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. So now I'm on the ground, and how many feet are between us? A couple feet.
Oh, maybe a few feet. So he is coming for you, and now he's gonna grab you.
I want to cast haste on
'cause
Gerbo.
I'm on the ground, now, my butt's on the ground, and I'm facing him, and my hands are behind me, and I'm kind of backing away, trying to back away.
So Gerbo, Aphelion just cast haste on you.
Haste on me.
Yes, on you.
So he moves twice as fast, but he's drunk. So think about how dangerous that is.
I love this.
Disadvantage. So,
And he probably doesn't know that he's twice as fast until he takes his first step. So
Imagine a drunk person that can run twice as fast, super speed.
this is like the Morrowind boots of blinding speed.
Yes.
Okay, this is excellent. I'm very happy with what's happening.
This is one of the greatest train wrecks I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, we're beefing it all over Durin tonight.
Rondir sits down and watches.
I'm happy that Rondir's character has evolved to the point where he doesn't feel the need to fix every situation all the time.
Yes, this is great.
Okay.
Let Gerbo suffer.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to I'm backing up really fast, but I'm on the ground, and I go to defend myself against him.
Yeah.
So I pull out what I'm thinking is my rapier, and pull out a makeshift umbrella on accident.
Yes.
And I look at it.
The umbrella.
And I'm like, oh, and I open it, and that's all I do.
You just see these big, meaty dwarf hands come around the umbrella and just grab you.
Oh my gosh. This is so chaotic. I love it so much.
Great.
And he is And what he's going to do is he is going to rip out the umbrella out of your hands, throw it to the ground, and he's going to pull out like an iron paddle.
About to get spanked. Been a bad boy.
I just say, oh, I wish Daz was here to see this.
About to get spanked.
Turbo, he is holding you fast. Make a
But
strength
Chella's not
saving
here, right? Chella doesn't see this?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, that's good. That's good.
God, this would have been amazing if she did, but yes.
It's okay, Jet saw it. Oh.
Giving you one more chance to escape. Make a strength
Do you have any
saving.
more? Do you
A strength saving throw?
have any other spells?
Yes.
Any other clever spell slots? You could charm him again.
Oh, man.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I definitely could. That's the thing, is I definitely could.
None of those look like they're going to help the situation at all.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Especially because I don't think any of these will work well. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just do a strength save here. 14.
Not terrible.
Not
terrible.
But it's not as good as I was expecting.
Well, he still beat you.
Yep.
He's clearly stronger. So he is going to proceed to spank you with this iron paddle.
It's so PG. It's such PG violence.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And the entire bar, what are they doing, Drew?
The entire bar is actually really into this, and they're laughing uproariously. Others are egging on Iron Belly and saying, yeah, give him the slab! Give him the slab!
Can we say that like Iron Belly is like an elder in the dwarven community and has likely spanked most of us at some point or another?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That's great.
And the,
Yeah.
and the paddle is called the slab. Like, give him the slab!
The
Yes.
slab. Oof.
Slab. It's awesome.
Oh my god.
So Gerbo,
I see Aries in the back, like, I remember my first time with
Oh, he shows up! I guess he shows up. It's like,
you're with the slab! That's gonna sting!
And I look over- I look over and I spy Guy Fieri right after Gerbo, earlier in set, and I just say, "Gosh, damn it!" Because he did show up after all.
At the sound of Guy Fieri's voice, I just look up like, oh, he's here.
Wow!
Gerbo's now unconscious.
Oh my god. So what kind of damage do I take?
I mean,
Bludgeoning.
it's definitely bludgeoning, and whatever your HP is, put it down to 1.
Until 1?
Yeah, 1 of whatever your total is.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
1 of 63.
What's the
Yes.
failure of all this?
Oh man,
Felix?
if
Oh,
alien.
a alien.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's
Where?
watching.
I
I could have got him. I could have teleported him away, but I decided not to.
You gave me haste, but I was just backing up,
But is
so I
she
couldn't do
totally,
anything
is
with
she
it.
totally indifferent? Is she a little abused?
Yeah, she's enjoying it.
Oh my god.
She's saved Gerbo's life, literally. So
Yeah.
Everyone has.
it's kind of like retribution too.
Yeah.
So
Amazing.
we're all enjoying this beating because of taken in the last 3
Well,
months.
he always gets out of everything else.
Oh,
He always manages to slip out of everything else that's about to happen.
and in the most humiliating way, you get spanked by a dwarf.
He has to chain 3 crit fails for this to happen.
I
Yeah,
know.
and I did, and
Yeah.
honestly though, it totally fits and it totally makes
hilarious.
It's so great.
This is
and
so
it's definitely the luck of the roles.
You gotta play
Felix,
it where it lies.
the
even
unluck of the
Felix
roles.
Brondier in your head is laughing at this
Oh man,
pretty uproariously.
I feel bad for Alexa.
Yeah,
I think Alexa would be laughing too.
Yeah.
that's funny.
Man,
All right.
What a way to end it.
You got.
that's how we're gonna end that.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'll say I'll put
Yeah.
him over my shoulder and carry him back to his bed.
Yeah, you do that.
Say it.
Mm-hmm.
And but I shake Iron Belly's hand. It's like he's been eating that his entire life.
I believe it.
And so I'm gonna nod to Phalion and then walk out. And so she can just stay there, follow me out. But she knows where to. She knows what.
That's
Cool.
amazing.
That was just too perfect. I
That was
had
great.
to. Oh,
I wasn't expecting him to come back. I wasn't expecting him to come back into the bar.
I mean, you were there for. I mean, an hour had passed. I
Oh yeah,
figured by that point. So yes,
Oh yeah, totally.
he would be looking for you, and he would be already, angry drunk, coming to the
I
bar.
know. And Brondier just had to rip off my disguise right when he was coming in.
That's right.
Amazing. What a session, guys.
This is so fun.
Yeah. All of our character development climaxed right here.
Absolutely.
This is what it's all been like. Every single character's character development has accumulated to this point. Like we have developed. Yeah. So
Everybody needs to check out the overlay that I made in 5 minutes on the Twitch channel.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I will do.
It features Zach's amazing artwork.
oh yeah. The artwork I made in 5 minutes.
I stole a template from Google Images and then I put your artwork on it.
Cool. That's so cool.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's really nice.
See.
It's pretty good for 5 minutes at least.
Yeah.
And, if you hover over it, you can see this new extension that I found that lets you see the characters in the campaign.
Wow. And you like put this
that's cool.
the divider between Jet and Gareth. It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, how'd you do that? It's fancy.
Huh.
I think it's just
really
an
cool.
overlay, right? So he stretched out your camera and then just laid some bricks on top. That's pretty awesome.
17 followers?
Did we
that's
really?
your account. That's that's for your account, not for the campaign.
Oh, God, this
So
is hilarious.
I had a new extension, but I don't know if you can see it.
We actually have 17 followers.
This is cool.
This is awesome, bro.
Okay, now
it looks legit.
try refreshing and see if you can see the extension that I'm talking about. There we go, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Nice. It's so cool.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, I love
that's
that.
pretty sweet. That is really sweet.
Oh wow, that's awesome,
Yeah, this is badass.
dude, Brett.
look at
I
look
know.
at look at little Gerbo. He's
I know.
such
I
an
always
idiot.
forget how old he looks
Yeah, I know.
because he's such a child in my mind.
Well, he's very mischievous. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
He is.
I can put different pictures on there if you send me some.
I still love that artwork for Cella. That's still the best one.
Yeah,
I've
Shell was great. So was a
This is
failure.
so cool. This is super cool.
Yeah, Philion's really cool. They all look really good. Great session, guys. That was so funny. Oh my gosh, I haven't laughed that hard at D&D in a long time.
Right?
Oh yeah, let me know if you like this box right here, this roll box. I think you can see it now.
Yeah.
I made a giant window to see the rolls. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. I haven't decided.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because I made my last roll, my D4. I accidentally did it in D&D Beyond. So to do it over here, I would have just done like that. It was the same result, but that's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I can't decide if I want it or not.
The only thing is we'll have to see how it works with spells that have a bunch of stuff lined up on it.
Yeah, it wouldn't
I'm
work
not
for that.
sure. Yeah, the awesome, Brett.
Yeah, this is really cool.
You can't even really tell what that logo I made is. It's just such a botch hodgepodge. Like, I guess it's how it's supposed
Yeah,
to be. I literally
love
made
that
it
you
in,
have.
like, I timed myself. I did it in 7 minutes. I was like, what are all these things? I was like, how
I love
fast
that
can
you
I
have the skateboard brand Element. I love that you have the Element logo.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
what?
Built into the,
Like what all is being covered up? There's
and
like
there's the video game Portal.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's good.
what's
That's
like the lotus behind it?
That's from like the actual. Isn't there like an actual Gatewatch
It's
campaign?
an actual get one.
It's
There's
a
actually
magic set.
'Cause
yeah.
Yeah, so I took that
Oh.
logo and covered up the title of it on top of it. It's this Gatewatch, and then
amazing.
I just did a quick snip of one of our shows and stretched it out.
It's amazing. That's when you were back at your apartment.
Yeah, the old condo.
So funny.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, Brett, this looks really cool. Thanks for making us look way more official than any of us
Gosh,
except who deserve to be. So.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
this
easier
is
than I
awesome.
expected.
Yeah, that is surprising.
But of course, I stole the hard work from someone else that made it. I just edited it a little bit.
that's all right.
Never
That's the magic of the internet.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
really impressive.
Yeah, sweet, dude. That is awesome.
Can we do this again? We pick a day?
Yeah,
Good.
let's schedule it.
Do it.
See.
Next week I am like clinic hours, so theoretically done at 5, but I'm also on backup call. So any given day, I may get like called in to cover the ICU or the hospital wards or something. So
Okay.
you can schedule and just know I may have to tap out if I get pulled.
I'd prefer Tuesday or Thursday. I've got this marketing thing. It would be on Mondays again.
Okay.
So I prefer Tuesday or Thursday.
Let's go with Tuesday. And if that doesn't work, then we'll try Thursday.
Lunar New Year.
Yeah.
We can have Chinese. We can have some dumplings.
Chinese New Year
There you
situation.
go.
Okay. Cool. Okay, did you put it in the calendar?
Yeah, I'm putting it in now.
Okay. Yay. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, good session. So
If you build the wiki, just like send us the links for how to edit and I'll plug in.
yeah, so if we want to do that, I don't care to go ahead and start the account, and we can all just have the info and password and stuff to it. Drew, if you'd like to do it instead, so you have access for your other campaigns, or Brett for your other campaigns, if you want to do that too, then you can. But the program has a bunch of YouTube tutorials, and there's a bunch of people on Reddit who have used it as well. So there's a lot of good resources out there to kind of get it started. But I mean, just like if I hadn't written notes 2 years ago, I would have totally forgot about the Dagger of Worlds, or even the Hag and the Two Sisters and all of the things, like that are actually integral to this campaign. So I think it'll help us role play better. It'll help us enjoy our campaign. Like we've built such a big, expansive world at the hand of Drew, and we've just kind of like I think one of it's just like paying respect to all the work that Drew's put into this by remembering all the little details that he's put in there for us. But also, it makes me enjoy like that conversation with Daz and the council was more informative and direct and fun to role play because I felt confident in my character. And so there's going to be things that show up for all of us at some point where I figure we need to do a callback to something that was maybe 6 sessions ago, but actually 1 year ago.
Right. Yeah. Well, especially, yeah, and obviously there will continue to be loose ends.
Sure. Yeah. There'll be unanswered questions, and
There's,
that's fine.
there's always going to be things to go back to, pretty much.
I'm kind of a taxonomy freak, so if we need like a outline for all the different pages, like categories of things, that
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
My biggest thing was going through character names and clicking them and seeing their relationship or brief summary storyline where they were left off. Like,
Right.
Alvin and Emilio. Like, I forgot that Solomon Ignis was taking her Elizabeth back. I thought that just Emilio and Alvin were doing that. And so things like that. Because, like, I had a whole conversation after reading those notes on the break, whole conversation planned out just for Solomon Ignis that I couldn't have because he wasn't here. So those are things where it's like, well, that'd be good to know.
well,
Well, we can start. We can get that started, I think.
Yeah. Cool. Well,
you
very-
guys take care. Till next time.
Yes.
Yep.
Until next time.
keep finding those keeps.
Bye, Abby.